could all stand, please, for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you would, at this time, make sure your phones are turned off. If someone would like to come and pray, please, thank you.
Let us pray. Father God, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for your goodness, your grace, and your mercy. We thank you, Lord, that we can see your hand is upon this city. And Father, I pray your blessing in Jesus' name over this meeting tonight. Father, we know that as we discuss these numbers and money, that it can become a point of contention. So I pray in Jesus' name that we all are quick to listen, slow to anger, and slow to speak. And Father, I pray that no weapon fashioned against this city shall succeed in the name of Jesus. And this city shall refute every tongue that rises against it in judgment. And this is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and their vindication from me, declares the Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Madam Clerk,
Okey dokey.
roll call, please.
Mayor Burns,
Here.
Vice Mayor Hanchard,
Present.
Councilwoman Williams. Here. Councilman Dugan,
Here.
Councilman White,
Present.
Don Bound, City Administrator.
Present.
Kate McQuaid. Troy Sowry, Public Works.
Here.
Dan Smith, Finance Department. Here. Bonnie Smith, Community Development.
Here.
Lynn Wyland, Records Clerk.
Here.
And our legal counsel, Attorney Smith, is appearing by Zoom, attending the meeting by Zoom. The agenda for this meeting was posted on the city's website, City Hall Bulletin Board, on Monday, September 21st, 2020, and amended on September 24th to add backup to items number 7, 8, and 11.
All right, at this time, council, is there any comments regarding the agenda? No comments, no comments. At this time, the public comments on non-agenda items. Anyone in the public would like to make any comments that have nothing to do with the agenda, come forward, please.
I have Rob Dunn.
My name is Wyatt Dunn. I live at 11386 Southwest Hendricks Drive. What I'm about to say is probably going to not sit well with a lot of people, but I think it needs to be said. First question I have is, what do cities provide to its residents? Generally, it's police, fire, utilities, roads, and sewers. Over the last few years, our city has given up most of that. We still provide police service, and we still provide some other services like mowing parks and that kind of stuff. And the question, the reason this question has come up to me, in my mind, is should we still be a city? And I know that's going to set wrong with a lot of people. But when I look at a budget of $4 million, and it says 58% of that budget is personnel costs and overhead, or 60%, or $2.4 million, which tells me that we only have $1.4 million to spend on this city. I question, is there enough residents in this city and enough revenue in this city to be a city? And that's the question I raised. I'll be the first one to tell you, if we decide to go to Marion County, I've already looked into it, my property taxes will go up. So it's not that I'm saying it because of that. But I do believe we need to take a hard look at a couple of things. Either we've got to figure out a way to reduce our overhead cost or raise additional revenue. And right now, we're not making any sense with these numbers. Again, that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Art Fisher.
I'm gonna tell Cindy how handy you are.
I heard that.
Take it up. What do I do? There it is. Don't start yet. There we go. How are you doing, Chief? It's good to see all of you again, Mayor and council persons, staff. I'd say neighbors, some of you are neighbors and some of you are not, but I'm glad you're all here. This period of time happens every 2 and 4 and 6 years. And that is the election time. I'm gonna say a few things, and they're not meant to be personal. Anytime someone puts their name in the hat, they expose themselves to some scrutiny. And it's only in that spirit that I'm gonna offer some comments. And I would appreciate people accepting that. And with regard to that, there are a number of areas, but I'm only gonna talk about 3. Integrity, character, and judgment. With respect to judgment, one of the council persons, the candidates, went to the effort of going to the old police station and the proposed police station and saw, and these are my words, saw the desirability or the necessity for a number of reasons, and I won't represent that. That's the chief's job. There was another person that at one point I was led to believe would be reconsidering it. Well, I'm told that that candidate is not. The third one I have no word on yet. Another issue of judgment is not the letter of the law, but the spirit of the law or the ordinance, and that has to do with the sign ordinances. As well as the Rainbow River Conservatory and Planning Commission conflict allegations. I think it's upon our public servants to avoid at a distance any appearance of conflict. It's their responsibility. We've placed our trust in them, and we have to expect that from them. Nine Island Cove is an interesting issue, and I'm running out of time, so I'll say real quickly. There was a corporation, an LLC, formed in January of this year. February of this year, the council, a motion was made and was put down. I'll give all this stuff since I'm running out of time. At length, there were about 8 members. 6 of them, I believe, were not from the city itself. That's not good. We don't need people from outside the city, and particularly not PACs, PACs from Tallahassee and elsewhere, determining who is going to represent the taxpayers and the residents of the city. Some people say, okay, I'm out of time. I don't believe it. But there's some other things in here that I would like to enter into the record.
Yes, sir.
And people will have it available to them. One particularly on character that's very important. And it's not judgmental. It's a matter of people who read it. It's up to themselves to decide.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there's something wrong with the chart.
William Ogle.
I'll give this to you, man.
That's
Not the right order, but they're all there.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is William Ogle. I own the Granada Plaza over here, just on the other side of the tracks. And I was asked to come and speak about Lonnie Smith and our dealing with him and just to explain what I think. And my opinion of Mr. Smith is that we had to have our zoning changed not too long ago. It came to the attention of the city. There was a conflict there, and it should have been changed back 8 years ago or so when they rewrote the zoning down, but wasn't, and he said it would be better to have it done properly with the right governmental oversight, with doing it the right way with the city, and so we did that. I'll just say this, everything I've dealt with Mr. Smith, he's been professional and courteous and done everything that he could to help. And he was helpful and professional, and if he has any criticism, I think it'd probably be that he's doing his job too well. Too many things that have been lying in the background, not taken care of, and he's trying to straighten those things out, and most people don't like change. And I think that may be the problem. I don't live here, and I don't involve myself in the politics of Dunnellon, nor do I want to, but I was asked to come just speak up for his ability and how he conducts himself in the position that he's in. And like I said, he's always been courteous and helpful and professional in every way that I've seen him deal with us anyway. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Pastor Randall?
Thank you, council. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to come tonight. I too want to echo what Mr. Fisher said. I have a communique here that comes from a PAC in Tallahassee. And my first thought is, what does a PAC in Tallahassee have to do with Dunnellon? And even more strangely, how this PAC in Dunnellon is funding information that, at least in my opinion, appears to be less than accurate, less than representative of what this is. And when you begin to look at the verbiage, there is an attack on our staff here. There is attack, and I'm careful how I say this. It looks like there's attack on our police department, and I just want you to know that is a concern for me, and I think it should be for all the residents of Dunnellon. I want to echo, is it Mr. Ogle? I haven't met you before. I want to echo what he said in regards to Lonnie. We have had several dealings here with the city, and can I share with you, I have given my share of scrutiny to Lonnie, but Lonnie, that has been between you and I. And can I say that I want to echo what you said? If anything, Lonnie has done his job so well that perhaps he has upset the apple cart. But Lonnie, may I say this to you, sir? And Dawn, and to the rest of the staff here at the city of Dunnellon, I want to say how much I appreciate you. I believe we are very blessed to have the quality of staff that we have. You may or may not agree with them. There is a proper way to do that. And using anonymous communiques, which we've received another one this past week, receiving anonymous emails, I have zero respect. If you disagree with someone, have enough guts to write your name and to go to them personally and have that discussion with them. Civil discourse. We have forgotten how to do that, and I pray that we can relearn that for the good of our country. Thank you.
Thank you.
you.
No clapping, please, but thank you.
Larry Winkler?
I have two things to say. Billy Ogle, he doesn't live in Dunnellon, but he has about 5 storefronts here in Dunnellon. His dad had them. He's been around here for at least 40 years. So we value your attention, your opinion. Another thing is, Lonnie, again, I go back to what Mr. Ogle said. He did work for me before on Greenberg property. He's helped me out quite a bit, and I respect his opinion. Another thing, I'm tired of people stealing them. I talked to Chief about it. 16 signs missing this weekend. I put a sign up for friends over here on this building. It wasn't a political sign, but it was a sign. Somebody stole it within 3 hours. Now, I've got it on a 4x4 post on a piece of private property with no trespass sign on it, and I've got deer camera pointing at it. So if anybody wants it, come and take it, and I'll know who you are. Thank you.
Dusty Walker?
That's me, but I don't have anything to say.
Okay. I have one written submission that I've been asked to read into the record. I'd like to be on record that the city taxpayers are in full support of our city staff. These individuals have stood by our city through good, the bad, and the ugly. Just to name a few, Dawn Bound has served the city of Dunnellon for 34 years. She started out in the Public Works Department in 1986 and has served with fidelity to our city all these years. Her expertise is invaluable. Mandy Roberts has also is equally committed to our city for the past 20 years. And Lonnie Smith has been with us for the past 9 years while being the manager over 3 different departments: Community Development Manager, IT Manager, and the CRA Manager. These are just a few of the many exceptional people we have working in our city. They work tirelessly and with commitment to doing their jobs to the best of their abilities. I'd also like to note that a letter circulating has a lot of misleading information. The numbers that were portrayed include the benefits such as Social Security, sick, vacation, and health insurance, not the net pay or their salary, what they actually take home. This is comparing apples to oranges. Ron and Lynn McAndrew, 20390, the Granada. And I do not have any more unless you, Andy?
I didn't put myself on that list, I was on the other one. Can I be on this list?
Yes.
This is Andy from 11928 North William Street, right here in Dunnellon. My family has owned this building out here for 45 years, and for the past 20 years I've been coming to these meetings, recording these meetings, and talking to most of my neighbors. It's very upsetting to see the discourse. As far as Larry's concerned with the signs, I actually have security systems, and not really security systems, one that goes over the intersection of 40 and 484. I will be moving that to some signs. The camera that I have on my dumpster, which we've caught now 4 times people illegally dumping, so we're 4 for 4 on that, and we're gonna move that towards the signs. Over at the dry cleaners, they've been hit a couple times on signs. It's just crazy what these people are doing on this. I don't get it. But that's not what I came up here for. When I heard Lonnie's, when I heard him say it, it threw me off. As far as Lonnie's concerned, almost 10 years ago, when he took this position, I was like, wow, that's kind of a lot of money for what he's gonna do for an IT professional. After being here for almost 10 years, I'm like, wow, that's very low for having to do all the city's IT, all of the city's running and helping out with the CRA board and other items that he has to do. The same thing with Dawn. The people are complaining about the hours that they work. Well, no, that's the hours that these doors are open, not the hours of work that have to be done. I just don't get it. This staff has been amazing. And I've had one person message me and say, well, I'm just supporting the staff because I do work for them. Well, yeah, I've given them 2 whole invoices in the past 20 years. The rest of the stuff has been, hey, can you help me find this? What microphones? What's this? I've come out for free and done this. So it's to help the city, not to help my bottom line. So and I hope it was just one person, but I just don't want anyone to think that we do these things for the city so that we can make a profit out of it. No, we do these to help the city. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Are there any more comments?
Non-agenda items.
Non-agenda items, yes, sir.
My name is David Lancaster. I live at 11906 Walden Lane here in Dunnellon. I want to come address some letters and communication that I've received about this city staff, and started out by thinking how ugly our national politics are. That you're for Trump or you hate Trump. You're for Biden or you hate Biden. And as neighbors, we've got to do a better job with each other. We've got to support each other and learn to understand and love and care about each other through our differences. Now, who I vote for is personal, and who my neighbor votes for is personal. But we should be able to have a civil conversation. These are the values that I like. Here are the values that I like, and not be thrown under the bus and stomped on. So our little town of Dunnellon, I just love Dunnellon. It's a friendly little town. It's a throwback town. You go, people speak to you in stores. You speak to you on the street. You stop and get gasoline, and you pull out, and the people stop on 41 and let you go. Now, where else does that happen? Okay? So this is pretty special. And so when I get letters in the mail lambasting this staff with inaccurate information, and then we did a communication recently about Lonnie. I've been on the planning commission since March, and I've come to know and respect this staff, that they work so hard and they're so genuine in their effort. That this staff is under attack by unknown people, and I want to encourage you people to stand in the gap and protect them. I don't know these people personally. I don't know where they live. I don't know what kind of cars they drive. I've been to lunch with Chief, but that was under court order. But I don't know where Chief lived, okay? So it's not like that there's a personal relationship here. So when things are said that are inaccurate, to put doubt in the voters' minds, I look at where they're headed. They want to do away with this staff. Why would they want to do away with the staff if they're doing a good job? Is to replace the staff. And so you need to be careful of that. And the one thing over any subject, when you're dealing with another person, the first question you want to answer is, does that person care? And if that answer is yes, just about everything else can be worked out. Now, as my duty on the board, not one time has anybody on this staff influenced me, positive or negative. All I have ever heard from this staff is be fair and balanced and give a good hearing. Not this is where we want to go or lean this way. There's been no innuendo. And I'm proud to say that I'm proud to work with the staff. And it just from the inside knowledge that I have, it really was offensive to me. When you get an anonymous letter,
Mr. Lee.
Okay, I'll talk quicker. When you get an anonymous letter, you should throw it away. Because there's no backbone in that, so there's no truth in it. So,
Thank you. Don't clap, please. No clapping. Thank you. Anybody else would like to have? Yes. No.
What I thought about it.
Please do.
Hi, my name is Wendy Sands, and I live at 11580 Kent Drive.
Could you get the mic just a little closer, please, ma'am? Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
About 2 months ago, I happened to listen to one of the council meetings on the local radio station, and that's what got me involved in local politics. I think that as a governing body, that we need to be civil to one another and civil to the people that come before us. I think that one of the jobs that I would like the council to have is an open mind and an open ear. I think that a lot of us have compromised, and I was ashamed of what I heard. So I think as a person that you represent, I think knew it needs to be kinder and a little bit more thoughtful. But I definitely think as the council, I was not impressed that day. Okay? As far as the letters that we received, one of them was signed, and it was done through Freedom of Information Act, and I think that it has some basis in fact. The second letter, maybe not. But again, should the person have signed it or had their address on it? Maybe. But I think that the public has a right to know a variety of opinions and to know what's going on with the debt of our city. Because in the last 9 years that I've lived in this city, our debt is not appropriate to the size town that we are. And some purchases have been made that were not well researched, and that we're going to keep paying for that for years. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Barker?
Yes.
Keith Baxter, 11855 Eastwood Cove Drive. I want to speak in very, very general terms, because I agree with people about civility. You can take any person in the world that has spent 20 or 30 years studying a certain field, working in a certain field, a field that they chose because they enjoy it and they have aptitude for it. And then if all of a sudden you take them and you just throw them into another job that is very different and much more technical than most people realize, they're not going to know anything simply because they've never been trained. It's not a personal criticism of the person. And I'm speaking about anybody in the world that would happen to. But it's fact. You took a accountant and you want him to be a heart surgeon, he's not going to be too good at it. It's not going to be his fault if he was forced into it. Now, this bit about signing flyers, I didn't know it was a big deal. But I did the flyer about you can't make this stuff up. And I stand behind every fact in there. It is 100% accurate, and I can document it to you, I can give you examples, etc. Now, this is about one situation that's not a personal criticism of the person. It's just what a lot of business people have experienced who are not here tonight because they weren't asked to come. I asked Mr. Ogle, who asked him to come here. I guess he wanted to keep that private. I could have 10 people here that would have a different story. But I tell you, I have documentation for everything in there, and I will give it to you. And it's not anonymous anymore, and the totals are right, and I don't understand why somebody with no experience is the highest paid person after the administrator, and that's a legitimate question to ask and legitimate to bring up. And people who have questioned things are getting shot down. And I listened to the last meeting and somebody asked, why are we keeping the same millage rate at 6.5? And they got criticized for asking that whenever we have it so good, life's so good, and soldiers sacrifice their lives for us. Well, they sacrificed their lives so we have the freedom of speech. So let's not criticize people who ask questions or send out something factual and didn't know it was such a big deal that their name wasn't on it. But it's Keith Baxter, and you can call me, and I'll give you the documentation.
Thank you.
Take me off your mailing list, right?
Chief?
Mr. Weaver. Take me off your
Yes,
mailing list.
please, could we keep order? Yes.
Hi, my name is Julianne Mendoza, 11894 East Blue Cove Drive here in Dunnellon. And I just want to second some of the things that I've heard from Mr. Baxter when facts are presented, when facts are obtained and reports through the Freedom of Information Act, and we, as a community, when people put that information out, I think it's important that if you disagree with it or you feel it's not factual, that someone comes forth with the facts or with what they feel is wrong with that, and that's what makes a valuable public discourse. I think to shoot down people who are requesting the reports and bringing things forward, there are people who are standing behind those numbers and who are willing to talk about it. The other thing I want to talk about briefly is ethics. I recently wrote a letter to the editor in the Riverland News regarding ethics, because as I come to these meetings as a social worker who feels bound to ethics, I feel sometimes that the council falls short. So things are raised about the current code of ethical conduct that's on the website, which is about 7 years old with no revisions. That's concerning in itself. But then to hear the council say that they wanted, maybe pick and choose what's in there and apply it how they want to, really to me doesn't seem right for a city council. It just seems as though when we post fair and ethical and transparent and all of these things on our signs, that we would want to get up here and be honest to a code of ethics and be proud of having a standard. And my final comment will be about public comment. I'm grateful to be here for my 3 minutes without having had to sit for 4 hours. At the beginning, one of the most recent meetings, a community member, Amber, came up and had some concerns that she voiced about an article that was in the Phoenix regarding the Gitsy project. And as Amber finished her comments, which some people agreed and some people were displeased, as she turned around to return to her seat with her back to the council, a comment was made that said, "Oh, there must be a crystal ball." And I really felt in some ways like that was bullying Amber. Like Amber had the courage to get up here and say what she thought as a citizen of Dunnellon, and Amber couldn't be respected as a person, as a city member. We had to wait for her back to be turned, and then we had to really hear kind of some backstabbing comments instead of saying something directly to Amber. So I appreciate the fact that the council is listening today and will not make any comment as I end my comments to walk away.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes?
Ladies first. Good. Ladies first. She didn't touch anything.
Brenda Yarba, 11661 Kent Drive, Chair of the Dunnellon Planning Commission. I didn't plan to speak, but after hearing the comments, I just wanted to make a few. I too received the letters, and Mr. Baxter did concern me that no one bothered to sign, but you made full disclosure. It does concern me that some of the people making the allegations against one of the staff, I've not really seen participate in any of the meetings where staff has been involved. So that's concerning. But as chair of the Planning Commission and working with all of the staff, I have never seen a more hardworking staff to do their due diligence, the professionalism. I did work under a former community development director, and it was like working with night and day. That director was not as forthcoming, did not do the due diligence or the work, did not give the guidance to the Planning Commission, did not go to the length of time and effort that Lonnie puts in helping guide this Planning Commission. So I just wanted to put those thoughts out there, and I hope this will just continue. We all need to work together, and we all need to respect one another. But from my personal opinion, you have a hard-working staff, and probably one of the finest I've had the pleasure to work with. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a lady behind. Yes, ma'am.
Ladies first.
My name is Janice or Jan Covage. I live at 18255 Southwest 44, zip code 34432. I would just like to respond to a comment that was made about criticism about the city's plan, which is our plan, about purchasing the Souls Harbor Church. And I'd like, the comment I made in the paper was not to cast a negative shadow on council's decision. It was a unanimous decision to buy the church, knowing at that time that there was going to be a huge sum of money to renovate it. Okay? My comment in the paper was about what can we do for the immediate needs of Dunnellon the Dunnellon Police Station. I had heard that there were serious problems with the building, that even because of the fungus and the vents and so on, it wasn't even a safe building perhaps to work in. Since that time my letter was published, I had spent some time with our chief of police. He gave me the tour of the police department, and it is not a place where I would like to work, definitely. Okay, so we're looking at a 5-year plan. Okay, so my idea about an annex was, what can we do to get out of that worst part of the building, perhaps, and go to a temporary setting until that 5-year plan would come a reality. So I just wanted to make that more clear. And of course, funding is going to be difficult. I spoke with Chief of Police of Bellevue today, and Bellevue has a city of 5,000. They have 15 on their force, as we have 15 here with a city of 1,800. And I just asked the Chief of Bellevue's police force, what is it that Dunnellon can do to generate funding? Okay, because he's been there 34 years. And actually, I lived in Bellevue area for a period of time and had met him. And he said, we're going to have to work really hard. That the grants that were there may not be there because of our economy. Okay, but that doesn't rule out that there will be other avenues of funding besides grants. Okay, we're going to just have to work really hard. And here's the reality. If we need to keep this city rolling, we're going to have to really tighten up the belt and make really seriously wise decisions as far as budgeting and so on, or this plan of using that building as a police department might not be a reality. So that's why I'm here tonight, to see how you're all going to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mayor, this is the last one I have hand raised in Zoom next. If he's the last one I have a hand raised in Zoom.
All right, Jason Peterson, 11330 Rolling Hills Road. I'm pretty sure anybody criticizing staff at this point probably hasn't worked with them. That's going to be my guess, because I spent probably 14, 15 months now working with them on some pretty tough stuff, and at times difficult, and utmost professionalism. Always, as far as I felt, did their job. And to be quite honest with you, I feel like Haviland's overqualified, to tell you the truth. I think they do a hell of a job. And that's all I got.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, I have one hand raised in Zoom.
All right.
Lonnie, you want to help me with the audio there while I unmute? Dominic, I see you have your hand raised, and I'm going to count to 3, and you can begin to speak. 1, 2, 3. Put him on hold. I got it paused. Lonnie, I'll email him real quick and ask him if he's got it raised on purpose. Let me get back over to Zoom. Oh, hold on. Let me try this again. Okay.
Got it.
Just a minute, Dominic.
Dominic?
Modern technology. The man in the box.
Go ahead, Dominic.
I don't know if that's gonna work.
Lonnie, you can't hear him.
Can't.
No.
Dominic, can't hear you.
Tell him if he wants to send me an email, I can read it in the record.
Short email, we're having a technical difficulty. Get through.
Can you still hear me or
No?
no?
No, we can't.
Dominic, if you can hear me, if there's something that you want on the record, we're having a little bit of a difficulty with the audio, you can shoot me an email and I'll be glad to read it into the record for you.
All right, I'll get typed to Manny.
Okay. Okay, I don't have anyone else in Zoom.
Is that all the non-agenda public comments? If so, Madam Clerk,
Okay, we're ready.
public hearing statement.
Okay. All persons wishing to address the city council will be asked to limit their comments to the specific subject being addressed. Public opinions and input are valued by the council. However, it is requested that comments are directed at specific issues rather than personal comments directed toward the council members or staff in order to foster mutual respect between council members and the public. Members of the public in attendance at public forums should listen courteously and attentively to all public discussions before the body and focus on the business at hand. They shall refrain from interrupting other speakers, making personal comments not germane to the business of the body, or otherwise interfering with the orderly conduct of meetings. Members of the public addressing city council and boards or commissions on a specific project or proposal are requested to disclose any personal interest or relationship and any business, professional, or financial interest with any individual, group, project, or proposal regarding the subject matter under review. Members of the public should always err on the side of more public disclosure, not less, in order to provide integrity to the public process.
This time, agenda item number 2. This is a public hearing on the final millage rate and final budget for the city of Dunnellon for the 2020 and 2021 budget year. The final millage rate for the city of Dunnellon is 6.50, which is 5.11% greater than the rollback rate of 6.1841. The final budget proposed is $3,960,750. It is now 6:17 p.m. and I close the regular meeting and open the public hearing for staff to first make a presentation and then to anyone wishing to address the city council on either the proposed millage rate or the 2020-2021 budget. I will first call upon the staff to make a presentation as to the millage rate and budget.
Council, before we actually proceed to the budget message itself, Jan is
city auditor. I felt in light of some of the current concerns and statements and publications with regard to the financial status of the city. And I know it can be difficult to go back and review the prior audits and try to determine the financial state of the city.
Thank you.
So I did talk with our city auditor, and I asked if he would be willing to prepare a simple statement of his position of how the city has progressed in its finances for a particular time period. I asked him to address this because I feel like this is his professional opinion. It is fact. It is what will be placed in the public record. It is reflective of what actually is in the public record for a number of years now. And I hope that this can provide some insight to those who may be interpreting the information differently than as it has been presented as part of the public record. So he's provided a snapshot from 2014 through 2019 and the difference of where the city has is today as opposed to trying to recover from the failure of the Green Light Communications, of course. I want to be sure that, and it is my job responsibility, and I would be derelict in that duty if I didn't make sure that the public record was accurate and the information being presented is reflective of what your auditor has been presenting. So this short summary would show you the total debt from 2014 was at a $17 million number. Today, actually, at the end of the fiscal year of 2019, because he's only looking back at those documents, he has actually audited. That in the end of 2019 was 2.8 million. As you know from the prior budget sessions and presentations and financial statements that Jan has provided, that is closer to a $2.1 million number right now. So the difference in how the city has progressed in reducing its debt is over $14 million. That is what the public record reflects. The total reserves for 2014, both restricted and unrestricted. Your restricted reserves, and we have talked about what that means, those are reserves that are designated for a particular purpose and can't be used for just anything you choose to use them for. That number was over a $5 million number in your restricted, and today it is at about $2.4 million. Now that difference is because you probably had capital projects. There are things that those monies have been spent for, like roads and streets and some things like that, that have affected those restricted reserves. More importantly, your unrestricted reserves. They were at a $72,000 number back in 2014, and today, at the time in the snapshot that he looked at this at the end of 2019, that was at a $3.4 million number. The difference would be in excess of 3.3 million that you have increased your restricted reserve. Now, as you know, that actually is over a $5.5 million number now, as we've reported in the last financial statement. The excess of revenues over and under, this is if at the end of your budget you have a surplus or you have a deficit. So in the governmental funds, and because we did have utilities at that point, he has separated that out. And your governmental funds, which would be your general fund, that excess was over 292,000, and today it's 238,000, almost 239,000. Now there could be a variety of reasons as to why that is. There could be maybe projects that weren't completed. There could be a number of things. What we actually try to do, what that tells me too, is perhaps we're getting better at our budgeting as well. either trying to complete projects or trying to be closer and anticipating your revenues. You shouldn't have a great surplus at the end of the year. You should be more of whatever surplus you have, we would then want to advance reserves, but the goal isn't to have a ton of money. You're supposed to have, a revenue and try to project those expenses best you can, so you're basing your tax rate fairly. So in the enterprises, there was a loss in 2014. We've talked about those losses in the enterprise funds, over $514,000. Now, when they closed out those enterprise funds in 2019, that was in the positive of $16,000, and now that was just the surplus, which that was probably more water fund reflected than it was sewer fund. I'm just guessing based on Jan's presentations to you. The auditor I think this is more importantly what I think needs to be repeated, is he's saying, based on the selected information, it's clear that over the past 5 years, the city has substantially reduced its debt, it's increased its total reserves, including unrestricted reserves, increasing those by $3.3 million, as we talked about. The city has also eliminated its operating loss of $222,000 in 2014 and posted an operating gain of over $255,000 in 2019. It is my opinion that those noted improvements are a result of the city selling its utility operations and assets together with effectively managing its overall operations on an annual basis. You also asked my opinion regarding the city maintaining the current millage rate. Of course, this was a discussion in your first tentative hearing, and we received feedback with regard to the millage rate, so it's important, I think, that the council understand the position your professionals may have with regard to not the political view, but more the financial view with regard to how you manage your millage rate. So he goes on to say, as opposed to lowering it to the rollback rate or to a lower rate, I believe that the city should maintain the current rate so that any additional revenue received could offset some of the inflation and the expenses that the city is experiencing. So I enter that into the public record, so anybody that wants to check the public record could have, not my opinion, not Jan's opinion, not the council's opinion, but who you contract to neutrally audit and review your financials. The other thing I'd like to bring to council's attention, and I believe Jan distributed that as well, didn't you, Jan? And I'm going to ask her to really speak to more of the details since she prepared the spreadsheet. But because of the interest in the city's millage rate, as opposed to others around us, and I believe both in council meetings and in publications, there may have been criticism that the city has the highest millage rate in any of the areas around here. And grant you, I think we all would love to see a lower millage rate if in fact that's what the city's goals and objectives could support that the council sets for staff. So I asked Jan to take a look at the cities, and Mandy, I'm going to ask you to try to zoom that in as best you can, and we can always slide right or left as Jan goes over the detail. But I asked her to make sure that she compared us to those cities around us, because it was stated we had the highest in the cities around us, but also to compare to some cities that were more like our size. Now, I'm going to disclose, it is very difficult to make a statement with regard to comparing your millage rate to other cities unless you've torn those budgets apart. You know what kind of services they're funding for those millage rates. You know what their taxable basis is, that you have some of this information. And I've challenged Dan, and this isn't a new thing. We've presented this in past budgets. Some of you that have been here may recognize this format. So this is something often we like to keep ourselves educated in the council educated on. So, we have this information, we know what's going on around us. But I think as Jan goes over this, you're gonna find as she focuses on the millage rate, the rollback rate, and how many cities are going to the rollback rate, what their philosophy has been, and their estimated taxable value, because I think you have to look at that in determining what's the word I'm trying to come up, the flexibility they have in setting that rate is all based on your major revenue coming in, which is your ad valorem taxes. So in understanding that, and of course, to take a glance at their services. Now, again, this is not to try and tell the council in any way what your millage rate should be set at. This is simply to offer factual information from our research to compare and offer and put the effort behind the council understanding what's going on around you as you take a look at your budget. So Jan, if you'll go into some of the details and the research that you both found either on their website or talking with the professional finance staff, I would appreciate that.
Thank you, Dawn. What I did was I asked, I sent out a request to survey cities that have primarily a population of 20,000 or less. I think that would be the best comparison across the board, since some cities are not as small as Dunnellon. They're kind of in the middle. We are showing on this matrix Ocala, which has a population of over 60,000, just because we surveyed the cities that were closest to us. So that's why they're included in this survey. If you notice, the current millage rate is kind of across the board for all cities. The proposed millage rate for almost every one of these 13 cities, all but actually 3, I believe, are keeping their millage rate the same as the current year. One city, it was confirmed, was going to the rollback rate, and that is the city of Inverness. The city of Medley, which is over more toward.
Yeah, I'll have to pan over for you to be able to see all of them in order to zoom in.
Right, the city of Medley, and if you go back to, right there, the
Medley.
city of Medley, I could not reach anybody to confirm what their rollback rate is. We can only assume their current millage rate is, I'm sorry, their current millage rate is 5.05. Their proposed is 4.8. We can assume that's the rollback rate, but assuming is not a good thing to do. Otherwise, all the other cities are not going to the rollback rate. They're pretty much keeping it the same as their current year. Now, each of the cities that were surveyed offered, different services, so it's kind of an apples to oranges type of thing. But one thing that should be noted, Mandy, if you'll scroll to the very bottom, is their property value. Dunnellon's over in the first column is 183 million at a 6.5 proposed millage rate. Williston at a 6.5 proposed millage rate. Their taxable property value is 98 million.
I think it's important though, Jan, too, to note that Williston owns an electric utility, so they receive revenue from that electric utility that helps be able to allow them to have that 6.5 millage rate. But they are consistent, they are not higher or lower than Dunnellon, and they actually, are a greater population.
But going across the board, Ocala has a $5.3 billion property tax value, and their proposed millage rate is 6.6177. They also have the largest population in the survey of 60,000 residents.
Can I add too that City of Ocala receives revenue into their general fund from a fiber communications company, from their utilities, from their sanitation, and from stormwater. So they are subsidizing their general fund, and they still have a higher millage rate than Dunnellon is setting.
The only other city that has a stormwater assessment is Medley. The city of Medley is the smallest that was surveyed, they have a population of 1,000. But their millage rate is still 5. So it's not a low millage rate by any means. Again, the services are kind of all over the board. Some provide fire service, some don't. Some provide police, some don't. Some have water, some have sewer, some have both. No one provides gas, such as propane. They all subsidize their roads and streets department, except for one, which is the city of Palmetto. So their general fund is subsidizing their roads and streets department. So we present this as a way to show that your smaller cities seem to recognize that going back to the rollback rate would not be necessarily in the best interest. And that's why they're keeping their millage rates the same. In essence, it does equate to a tax increase. What percentage tax increase, I don't have that information. Like Dunnellon's is, I believe, 5.11% tax increase by keeping our millage rate the same.
Right. Now that's a tax increase based on the appraised property increasing, not necessarily the city increasing the taxes. But TRIM does look at the fact that they make that based on whether it's a tax increase or decrease if you receive the same amount of revenue as the previous tax year or not. And I did want to point out as well, Inverness is at a 7.39. I'm sorry, is at 7,390 in population and is at an 8.27 millage rate for a taxable value of $512,000. They are well beyond what Dunnellon does for the size city. And Crystal River as well is in fact lower than Dunnellon at the 4.8. But if you take a look at their taxable value, over $514 million, and they do not have law enforcement. So I think those are the things, again, to compare whether you're doing better or worse is very difficult. And this is not to say if we're doing better or worse, it's just to give you something to compare to. So again, we wanted to make an effort to actually provide you the facts as the municipalities are reporting them. Did council have any questions before I turn the budget message over to Jan on the auditor's letter or the analysis done on the millage rate, which is, like I said, that's something we usually offer each year.
Usually we will go ahead and finish this up and get public, and then if council has questions, we can take it at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan.
Nice job, ladies. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Honorable Mayor, City Council, and residents of Dunnellon, I'm going to go ahead and review our current fiscal year and the new fiscal year that we've prepared a budget for. We are submitting this in compliance with our city code as well as state statute. There are two documents that are associated with our budget. We've got a budget summary package and a line item detail. And when you're looking at our budget, you should use both of those documents to get the broadest picture. Our fiscal year 2019-2020 budget highlights in our general fund. The revenue is projected to primarily come in under budget due to several things. The Short Towerway Public Parking Project in the amount of $284,000. Design is substantially complete on this 33 parking space project, and construction is carried over into the next fiscal year. The City Beach parking project has been postponed. So therefore, the transfer from capital reserves to fund these two projects will not be made. Grant revenue for the mapping of the city's stormwater assets in the amount of $47,500 from Southwest Florida Water Management District has been deducted as this grant. The city does not receive the grant revenue directly like we do with other grants. SwiftMud decides to keep that grant revenue, and we just give them our share of the project, which is 50% of a 3-year project in the amount of $142,500. Now, this project is being funded with the 1-cent sales tax. COVID has had an effect on our revenues, coming in less than anticipated, like with other cities. Our general tax revenue is coming in approximately $18,000 under budget. Licenses and permits, approximately $17,000. And revenue sharing, which includes sales tax, which is the biggest piece, is estimated to come in under budget at about $47,000. Building permit revenue is less than budget by $39,000, and we assume again due to the pandemic. So total revenue projection is estimated to be $410,000 under budget. Expenses for this current fiscal year are projected to be under budget by $415,000, so pretty much a wash. Projects carried forward or postponed is outlined in the revenue portion of this report that I'm giving you. Total $413,000, and contracted building inspection services $51,000. So far, as of July 31st, the city has incurred almost $60,000 in expenses related to COVID-19. We anticipate that a minimum of 75% will be reimbursed between the Federal CARES Act and FEMA. So we're hoping the net expense to the city will only be about $19,000. Now, the amount of future expenses we can't anticipate as this epidemic is still going on. However, we will be presenting a budget amendment to council by November 30th that's statutorily required to account for these unanticipated expenses. So the net effect overall to the general fund in fiscal year 1920 is actually a projected surplus of $49,000 that will be deposited into reserves. The cemetery reserve is looking to receive approximately $34,000 due to excess sales revenue. A tree restoration fund, $1,000 due to a fine levied against a property owner, and the remainder, about $14,000, will be reserved for capital expenditures. Overall, this results in staff managing the general fund budget for 5 consecutive years without needing to draw from reserves to cover basic operating costs. As of July 31st, the general fund cash on hand is $5,560,187. Mandy, if you could bring up that reserve spreadsheet, please. At this time, I'm just going to give you a brief rundown of the city's reserves. What you're looking at is just general fund. The greenish color, it equates to capital reserves, and the blue is our unrestricted operating reserve, which is just like the city's checkbook, where money flows in and out on a daily basis, and we pay our bills from this. So as you can see, we have multiple reserves. The first one is a 5-cent gas tax reserve. That's strictly for roads and streets. The next line item is just in anticipation of the impact fees for the police services that we will start collecting in October. The cemetery reserve is right there. We've got $53,000 in there, and we've got several police department reserves right here, and where is it? Right there. So bottom line, we've got a lot of money in capital reserves that either are restricted by, self-restricted by council, or that it's statutorily required. We do have a small emergency reserve that we're going to speak to later on. We have a debt service reserve at the right there to pay off our quarterly debt. So we have almost $5.6 million in cash as of July 31st. Our debt service as of the same period is $2,187,000. Now, I just made our final debt service payment for the year, And so that's reduced by $43,500. So we're at about $2.14 million in debt service. Our annual debt service is $175,000 a year. Now, we do have TIF reserves. I haven't gotten into TIF, but they're on the next page. Yeah, just to show it while we're here. And we have one capital reserve for TIF, and that's the bike path, which I'll speak to later. And we have the remainder in unrestricted reserve. So moving on, general fund accomplishments. Water and sewer road resurfacing improvements in the historic district is almost complete. Any day now, we'll probably receive our final bill. We received grant funding from DEO as well as the state legislature to the tune of $950,000, with the city funding the balance of the approximate $1.1 million project out of roads and streets gas tax reserve. A 14-year goal of identifying a location for a new police station was finally realized. City Council approved the purchase in the amount of $325,000, which is going to close on November 18th. The city put up a $32,500 deposit that's being held in escrow, and the new police station will be located at 11808 North Ohio Street. The building is currently appraised at $410,000, as opposed to our purchase price of $325,000. A portion of this facility will be renovated and furnished to house a current staff of 15, including reserve officers and volunteers, over a multi-year period, and as funding sources are identified. The project right now is estimated at $1.2 million. Sources to be considered would be grants. If the 1 cent sales tax funding is reapproved by the voters in November, that would definitely be a source. And anything else that we could possibly, come across with out of our capital reserves, it's totally up to council's discretion what funds are used. Part of the building will be used as a community hall for the public, and that portion of the building is valued at approximately $50,000. A portion of the parking area is also going to be dedicated for community use. That area is valued at approximately $150,000. So of this $325,000 purchase, $200,000 is for community use, not just for police use. Another accomplishment this past year, we completed a police impact fee study to fund their future capital needs, which will be applied to and collected from developers as a result of new development. And we will be collecting those applicable impact fees beginning October 11th. We made final payment on a 3-year lease for public safety radios that were required to be in compliance with Marion County 911 dispatch. The total cost of that was $174,000. We initiated a citywide asset inventory audit to ensure proper accounting and oversight of all the city assets. The city was losing police officers to other surrounding state and local agencies because of a non-competitive salary plan. In order to improve retention and recruitment, we conducted a professional salary survey that reflected the city is 35% below the surveyed labor market. The police officers, public works laborers, and 4 staff assistants salaries will be adjusted in the new fiscal year. Council adopted a fund balance policy that will ensure the maintenance of adequate fund balance and reserves to provide sufficient cash flow for daily needs, secure and maintain investment-grade bond ratings, offset significant economic downturns and revenue shortfalls, and provide funds for unforeseen expenditures related to emergencies. And that was a recommendation by our auditors. We will present a little later on this evening Resolution 2020 designating funds required by the fund balance policy for emergencies in the amount of $624,000, or 33% of the current fiscal year operating expenditures. And this will be reviewed on an annual basis at budget time because it is a living, breathing document, and these reserves will be increased and decreased as the budget allows. This resolution identifies and provides a definition for eligible expenditures. Staff and council, we met on August 19th to begin the process of developing a road improvement master plan. And a detailed PowerPoint presentation was given, identifying the current conditions and needed improvements and potential funding sources. A restructuring of public works was successfully realized by utilizing less full-time, multi-skilled service workers with an increase in part-time laborers to assume basic mowing and landscaping duties. Community Development Department implemented a new munis permitting module that the benefits are direct updates to our city financial system, code enforcement, permit tracking history, and streamline reporting and online accessibility once this project is fully implemented. Other items that were addressed this year: sinkhole remediation, the purchase of a patrol vehicle, the design and permitting of a parking lot on Short Tire Way. Construction will begin next year. Re-landscaping of the medians on North and South William Street. And this project, the landscaping was funded with a combination of general fund and CRA monies. Cameras for patrol vehicles, and a couple of laptops. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, city staff implemented multiple options for the public to participate in city meetings. The public can now access city meetings through the Zoom webinar platform, the city's YouTube channel, or listen via local radio station FM 104.9. Now moving on to the tax increment financing district, or better known as CRA. Expenses for the year: we had capital improvements for the construction of a 73-space parking lot at Irving Mills Park, which is nearing completion of the design phase, and the construction will be in next year. That project is anticipated to total about $361,000. Funding reserved and set aside for grants for residential and commercial property owners to assist with property renovations was set aside in the amount of about $76,000. To date, only applications in the amount of $2,880 have been received. So if you can encourage any of your neighbors or any property owners in the CRA area to take advantage of this, please do. Please get the word out. On February 11th, council moved to authorize Marion County to commence with the Blue Run of Dunnellon Park Restroom project in accordance with the management plan. $30,000 was originally set aside for this project, and to date, $12,000 remains, and that is being carried forward to next year to go towards the design and permitting of that restroom. Marion County is overseeing the project, and to date has not pulled any building permits with the city. The 125th anniversary park has been carried forward to the next fiscal year. Grant funding with DOT for the $3 million multimodal enhancement project for the redesign and inclusion of a bike path along East Penn or County Road 44 is still pending. The CRA board has committed $350,000 over the next 7 years as a local match to help fund the project. And to date, we have set aside $303,760. So we are quite a bit ahead of where we should be with savings. Moving on to the new fiscal year 2020-21. This will be the third year that we successfully held the millage rate at 6.5 mils after initially reducing it from 7.5. This millage rate, the 6.5 millage rate, is 5.11% greater than the rollback rate of 6.1841 mils. Citywide property values have increased approximately 7%, and overall, the city will realize an increase of $79,549 in ad valorem proceeds by keeping the millage rate the same. Now, CRA does receive a portion of that reserve, that increase. The initially proposed millage rate for the certification of taxable value was 7 mills, and that was approved on July 13th. The budget is balanced without utilizing reserves to offset operational costs. Budget workshops were held July 8th, July 22nd, and the 19th, and we had our first public hearing on September 14th, and this is our final public hearing to adopt the budget for next year. The fiscal year 2021 general fund operating budget is $3,960,750. The question was asked at the last hearing, what portion of personnel expenses that equates to. Personnel makes up 33.7% of the general fund budget. The other operating expenses equate to 24.5%, which these other operating expenses, I just want to address a comment that was made, is not strictly overhead as we have in other operating, for example, professional services like your annual audit are included in other operating expenses. Excuse me, as well as printing and advertisements. But of course it does include overhead like electricity and water and sewer. Capital expenses are 37.1%. Debt service is 4.4%. And there's 0.3% of the budget will be retained in the amount of $12,953 and deposited into restricted capital reserve as of September 30th next year. This will be in compliance with our newly adopted fund balance policy. Overall operating expenses have decreased by $546,000, primarily due to the completion of the Historic District Water and Sewer Infrastructure Improvement Project. Staff and City Council are both committed to continue the pursuit of additional revenue opportunities and reducing expenses in an effort to enhance the general fund. Moving on to the tax increment financing district. The budget is proposed at $741,900, which is a 28% increase over this current year, fiscal year 2019-2020. This is primarily due to funding from reserves for capital projects. The TIFT operating budget consists of personnel and other operating expenses at 14.6% total. Personnel expenses in the TIF district equate to 5.6%. Capital expenses are 75.9%. Grants and aid are 9.5%. Capital projects that are funded in next year's budget, we received a DEO technical assistance grant for $35,000 in the amount of $35,000 with no city match to prepare an historic district enhancement plan, which staff is really excited about it as it's going to aid our efforts to move forward with redevelopment in our CRA area and can potentially help in meeting goals within the economic development strategy plan. Marion County's construction of the restroom facility at Blue Run Park, again, $12,000 is carried over to next year. Originally, we appropriated $30,000 back in fiscal year, 2017. $18,000 was spent in that same year, and the balance of $12,000 has been carried over year to year. West Pennsylvania Avenue Streetscape Phase 2. This project is a continuation, of course, of Phase 1. Started in fiscal year 18-19 when the irrigation system was installed. In fiscal year 19-20, our current fiscal year that we're in, the landscaping has been completed and park benches are purchased and scheduled for installation. And Phase 2 entertains the concept of intersection upgrades at US 41 and County Road 44, gateway infrastructure, and stamped brick concrete. The design of the parking lot at Ernie Mills Park, again, is substantially complete, and so we will continue with the construction into fiscal year 2020. in the amount of approximately $393,000. Economic Development Strategy Goal number 10, wayfinding signage is budgeted. Historic District gateway signs, Ernie Mills beautification, and the 125th anniversary park. Excuse me. Other overall highlights for next year for both general fund and TIF. We've received a USDA grant for 3 patrol vehicles, with our city match being $28,074 coming from 1 cent sales tax that we currently have on hand. We've also received an FDLE Justice Assistance Grant in the amount of $7,000, no city match, for a desktop computer and 10 thermal patrol vehicle printers. As a result of going out to bid for general liability, property, auto, and workers' comp insurances, we will realize a cost savings of $25,624. There's also a reduction in life and health insurance premiums in the amount of $3,984. This is our second year of successfully funding council contingency to meet unanticipated expenses. We have funded it to $49,483. Anything remaining in this line item at the end of the year would be transferred to capital reserves. Building inspection services contract was successfully negotiated from a flat fee base to an hourly contract. The estimated savings for next year, $32,478. There's a new part-time police officer. There is funding for a new part-time code enforcement officer, where the funding partially came from this renegotiation of this building inspection services contract. There's an employee performance-based merit program, continuing on council's goals of having this in the budget. And we've also have some computer purchases. Staff has successfully acclimated to all the operating adjustments and workload shift caused by multiple personnel reductions due to the transfer of fire rescue services to Marion County and the sale of the city's utility system. Council's participation, guidance, and overall support of staff's effort is greatly appreciated. And this concludes my presentation.
Council Mayor, if I might add, 2 things I wanted to add to Jan's presentation. Again, just to highlight her comparison of personnel to operating. I asked her again to take a look at some other cities to see where Dunnellon sits. You can't really make a complete fair comparison. You certainly can get an idea about where you sit, and unless, again, you can rip through their budgets and identify what kind of positions they're including in their personnel. For example, Williston contracts out their finance, so that's included in their operational expense. But as she indicated, Dunnellon sits at a 33.7% of personnel of the total operating, which does not include the capital. But Crystal River is at 35. Most cities were sitting right about 35 out of Crystal River, Bellevue, Inverness, and Williston was at 25. But again, in looking at why they were so largely reduced, they contract out some of their professional positions, where Dunnellon and the other cities do not. One of the things I just wanted to perhaps offer to the public too, because I'm always open and looking for feedback. I did understand there was some criticism on the format of the budget. What I wanted the opportunity to explain is when I came into this particular position in 2016, there had been negative feedback about the prior presentation of the budgets by the prior administration. So one of the things I did in working with Jan was to have it be a little more people-friendly and understanding more by the average person that does not have the financial background. So we took an approach to provide both, to provide the spreadsheet versions, but also provide a version that sort of told a story that the average person could read and understand and didn't have to try to interpret or manipulate numbers. And we continued with that method because we had got great positive feedback. And I want to read one that I think has meant a lot to both Jan and I, because it was someone that certainly likes to give both her positive and negative constructive criticism, and we need that. It helps us to raise the bar and meet that. And I'm not going to read the whole letter, but at the end it closes with thank you for last night's budget message, and thank Jan Smith for her clear and people-friendly message. The many accolades given you and the council last night were well-deserved, and that is signed by Louise Kenny. And so because she has spent a lot of years in the city, we've continued with that method and felt like we had maybe advanced and were providing a budget message that the average person could better understand. So again, continue to provide us your feedback, and we'll do our best to continue and provide what the council and the public need to understand the budget. And that concludes staff's presentation.
At this time, we'll take public input. If you wish to address the city council on either the proposed millage rate or the budget that's been presented.
I have Mr. Dunn signed up first on the public hearing. Did you want to speak on the during the public hearing, Mr. Dunn? Okay, you're signed up first.
Mayor, can we have a clarification? Are we speaking on two issues right now, the millage rate and the general budget?
Yes, that's what we.
So actually, public participation should have been on each, they should have had their 3 minutes on each one of these separate.
Well, again, council, and I may have jumped the gun too when I said this concludes staff's presentation. I was going to let Chief address, because people may want to comment on that too. He did have a short presentation he wanted to include. Is that correct, Chief?
Yes.
As part of the budget?
Yes.
Mayor, would you mind if he goes and does that so people have the opportunity to comment on that in addition to the millage?
Don't excuse me, I wasn't finished.
I'm sorry.
With my question.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I thought you were.
No, I wasn't.
I apologize.
So actually, we have a consideration of the millage, and we have a consideration for the general budget, which are two separate things on the agenda. So I would think that the audience should have had an opportunity to speak to each one of these individually rather than lumping them both together as we're doing.
I think that's a good question, council. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Maybe what I have is in the presentation I'm going to give, there's a couple misspelled words. I have the corrected version, but it's only misspelled words if you want to put this in or leave that one.
It's entirely up to you. It may take a second just to download, but.
Only a second. What I'm going to give you is what I presented to council on the police building. And I think we need to clear up some misconceptions and all on this police. So I've added to it, and I've taken away from what I originally give the council several times when we talked about the police building. And I've had several of you come by and give you the tour of our building. And I've also taken a lot of you over to the new facilities for the police department. So basically, I've got a video, and would like to present it to you at this time. Jan, could I have your horn, please? Thank you, ma'am. And a 1.
Almost there. It's 10 seconds remaining.
And a 1 and a 2.
5. The countdown is on.
If we did test this ahead of time.
Ready to go.
It's at the bottom. You need to answer the.
Would you like to?
Assembly Horns, space needs study, and I have that with me. I have shown it to some of you, because what I'm showing you tonight is I have proof of everything that I am presenting to you tonight. I have this. The study resulted in the recommendation of several potential components when selecting this police site. One important component is location. Other components include cost of the site and development, size of the site, public access to the site for both vehicle and pedestrians, and response to citizens' needs and concerns. They also recommended that a community meeting area be available for the citizens to utilize. During this time, all the previous councils, and I've been here in 4.5 years, have discussed and identified the need for a police building. The late beloved Councilwoman Linda Fernandez spearheaded the reintroduction of the need for a new building after a visit to the current police department. Can you hold it up there, Mandy?
Which one? Just pause it?
Yeah, pause it. She did this from her hospital bed. This is how important this was to her. And it's important for everybody to know in here that Linda Fernandez, from her hospital bed, called in on that telephone to reintroduce this to the council. Thanks to Linda's dedication, her enthusiastic recommendation to the present council to consider the church building for the new police department. A majority of the present council had the courage and forethought to move forward with the approval of the new police department building. I would like to honor Councilwoman Fernandez by making a recommendation to name the future community area located in the new building the Councilwoman Linda Fernandez Community Hall. I had her son come to the police department today to look over this video and have his approval. Keith, very much so, gave his approval today to have this new community hall building named after his mother. My lips are moving, but I'm not saying much.
Do you remember what you said?
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to go into a few minutes. I'll go into how we come to this, to purchase this building, how we are going to pay for this building, and this will be shown to you in a few minutes. And it will give the corrected number of our staff. I have 9.5 policemen, not 15. I have 9.5. The half is one that is, we just acquired through, he's part-time. So I call him a half. Okay, the original building was purchased for $325,000. We did an appraisal, we did an inspection fee, the surveys and all that come to $333,132.50.
It's not a slide, it's a video. It's just got it's playing. It's just, he's probably talking right now. We just can't hear him.
And you can put the speaker up, the mic up to the speaker and allow that to happen?
I think what happened is when we tested this earlier, the council mics weren't on yet, and I think that's where we're getting the feedback, because we didn't have this issue earlier.
I promise you I'm not asleep there.
You want to try it again?
Don't we have to have some humor?
Yeah.
Maybe I am asleep. No.
There you are.
Can we hear? exactly what I'm talking about. We also have had the building inspected. We have paid for this inspection already. And there is some needs that's going to be in the building. But as you people in the building construction business knows, that the air conditioners possibly will need to be replaced in the near future, and also the roof will need to be replaced in the near future. Count the near future is 5 years. It is estimated that construction for the inside of the building will be between $600,000 and $700,000, which is $126 a square feet. Now, this figure I've got was received several months ago, approximately 6 months ago, and I have talked to commercial builders since then, and they said that if we was to buy and construct a new building, the construction cost would be from $150 to $200 a square foot. So if we take the figures that we have just gave you, it's going to cost approximately $1.2 million to complete the outfit of this new police building. So where are we going to get the money from? Where's the citizens? How's the citizens of Dunnellon going to pay for this? We do have capital funds that we could help out by and pay for the building. But as a city administrator myself, we have discussed this numerous times. We do not want to use reserves to pay for this building. There's other ways that we can pay for this building that will not deplete our reserves. One of the ways that we can pay for this building is through grants, which we could get a loan from the grant, which is from the USDA, where the USDA is where we got several of our automobiles. We could also pay for some of the building through the 1 cent sales reserve tax, which can only pay for capital funds. And so there are other ways that we could pay for this building other than coming out of our reserves. There's also going to be some other expenses for this building, such as fencing, if we decide to fence, equipment shelter, landscape buffers, DRA construction, parking lots, paving, both for the police side and for the citizens of Dunnellon. Okay, this is important here because I have explained this on, when we're talking about the 5-year plan, this includes parking lots, the drainage retention. That doesn't mean we're going to be in the building. It's going to take us 5 years to get into the building. And I thought that I had explained that some very carefully, that the 5-year plan would be to complete the whole project, the DRA, the building that we're going to put up to put our equipment in. All this is not going to be done overnight, but that's within the 5 years. But we can be in the building long before that and have it operational as a police department. And I'm hoping everybody can understand that now. That's what the 5 years comes about. Not that it's going to take 5 years to build the building or retrofit the building. Thank you. What I would like to go over next is to recap the expenses as I see them for the citizens of Dunnellon. If we pay $325,000 for the building, the appraisal is $2,500. The inspection fee is $650. The survey is cost. But this building is going to be used for 3 purposes. And this is what's so unique about this building. Not only is it going to be used for the facilities of the police department, but it's also going to be used for the citizens. As I previously said, part of this room is going to be, through the city council approving this, is going to be the Linda Fernandez Community Hall, which I am very proud to name this after such a person who spent all of her life in Dunnellon. The community parking lot, it is estimated, is going to cost around $150,000 if we was to build a parking lot of the same size
and paving. The community parking lot can come out of CRA funding. We also have this existing building that the city council is going to have to decide what they're going to do with this building. Are they going to tear it down, make a parking lot out of it? Are they going to sell it? But there again, if they do sell the building, it is my opinion that the money that is collected for this building should go towards the purchase or the building of the new police facilities. So with my figures now, we're only paying $133,132 for the building, and we'd also minus the cost of this building. I want to emphasize to all the citizens of Dunnellon, the new police facilities will not affect your taxes. This is how I see the new facilities will be utilized for the police and to the public. As you can see, on the north side of the building will be staff parking. On the south side of the building will be public parking for the citizens of Dunnellon, which parking spaces for Dunnellon is a premium.
Can you stop it there?
As I said before, after visiting many possible...
That's 41 parking spaces that we're willing to give up when we bought this land to give to the citizens of Dunnellon, for we do have events such as we have some big events that people can park there. And we don't have to buy another parking area, but they can use that. And the community building inside, and I think I'll talk about it in a minute, is 70-some seats inside this building. 3 purposes for this building. Thank you, Nathan.
Future police department sites, both with established buildings and vacant lots, we believe this location is best suited to serve the community in many different ways. They fall in as 3 ways, and as I said before, it will be for the police department. It will be a community meeting room with approximately 70 seats and community parking for approximately 40 spaces. What I'd like to do now is give the citizens a timeline that has occurred for us to make the purchase of this building. On February the 17th of this year, City Council unanimously approved a motion to prepare a contract for the purchase of this new police department. On March the 9th, a public hearing was held allowing members of the community to provide their opinion on the purchase. During this meeting, a majority of the council then voted in favor of the purchase. On March the 10th, a meeting was held with the historic board where I gave the presentation in reference to the new building. All board members present approved of the plans. On March the 12th, April 23rd, and July 2nd, an ad was ran in the Riverland News in reference to the public hearing being held for rezoning. On May the 19th, a hearing was held by the Planning Commission and approved unanimously. On April the 23rd, letters were sent to surrounding property owners indicating the results of the Planning Commission's hearing. Myself and Sergeant Johns met with surrounding neighbors of the future property and all approved of the plans. On June the 8th, City Council met for the first reading of the rezoning ordinance. This rezoning was approved unanimously. On June the 9th, another letter was sent out to citizens regarding rezoning. And on July the 13th, the City Council met for the final reading of the public hearing for rezoning. And this was also approved by all 5 council members. This picture that I am showing you now is how I vision the front entrance to the new Dunnellon Police Department, which is going to be used to serve all the citizens of Dunnellon. Thank you.
It's not done. I'm inside the church building now.
Camera off, okay? Because as we discussed I can't show you some of the plans for some of the things. That's okay. But this is going to be unique. One thing this calls is exactly what I would use to design the building. Because this wall, this is going to be the place side of the building. And where you're standing now, this area here will be the men's locker and shower room. If we go down the hallway, this area here will be the women's locker and shower room, my sergeant's office. This office here is going to have a round table on it. It is going to be where the second part of my office, where I can, if I need to have a conference with someone, I can sit and have a conference. Okay? And then this here will be my office. And there's a door that opens between them. Of course, will be the lobby. And envision this, we'll have some glass here. And if you want to come in and get police records, and well, you will be able to come here and get your any records or have interaction that you need to have with the police department. Our mailbox that we have up front at the police department now will go in one of these, what we call cubby holes, so to speak, so that the doctor's offices, the elderly can drop their old prescription drugs off to the police department, which we in return turn the drugs over to DEA. There'll be a door here, but in this area here will be our fingerprint machine, where if you need to be fingerprinted, and you can still be fingerprinted here at the police department. As we walk over here, as you can see, we have another block wall, and we're going to call this the community side of the building. We have restrooms, ladies, and, okay? Do you remember me giving you a tour of the police department where the fax machine was, and I said you had to be escorted in? There'll be no such equipment on this side of the room, so citizens can come in here, hold meetings, and not be escorted by the police. Because of all of the equipment that is used, the FDLE says it have to be secure, will be on that side of the building. Okay? Next restroom. Kitchen area.
That will be for future.
The power gets to stay, right?
It's for your office.
This room back here will be record storage for old cases. Some of the cases that we have has to be stored for a lifetime. Some has to be stored 5 years, 10 years. So we have to maintain a lot of records. So this will be our storage area. Okay, now if we come this way, we're going to go here. This is the sanctuary of the church. Envision a wall all the way across. Okay, and if you remember, this is going to be our now, with approval of the council, our Linda Fernandez Community Hall, which will be all this area here. Because they're going to be a wall. The ceiling is going to have to be lowered. And this is where I cannot divulge any more of the plans to you from here for what all of this is going to be in here. But you can see there's a lot of space. Camera off.
I appreciate you listening to me about this new police facility. It is, like I said at the beginning, if I had to design a building, it would be just like this. It has two sections to it, have a police side, have a citizen side, and I think it's the best bang for the buck, so to speak, for the citizens of Dunnellon. And we look forward to serving the citizens of Dunnellon through this new building. And I say new to retrofit it. And so I apologize for some of the things I can't show you in the video, but by rules and regulations that we have, I of course still want to let some of the public know where some of the material, some of the things that we use in the police department are stored or used. So, but once again, our 5-year plan is for 5 years, total completion, not necessarily for the completion of the building. I have 9.5 officers, not 15, okay? Now, we do have a staff of 15, but let me explain that. 9.5, that's 10. I have 3 reserve officers that come here for free. Don't cost us a dime for the reserve officers to come here. I have 2 people that are in the Marine Patrol that patrol the river. And everybody knows who State Sergeant David White is. If you've been in Dunnellon any time in the last 15, 20, 30 years, David White has been on that river. And I am proud that he is part of my Marine Patrol. He's very knowledgeable and what a good person that he is. So, any questions that I might be able to answer about the new police building?
We can also make that full video available. I apologize
Yes.
for the technical area and if any of that in the beginning was not properly shown.
Yes, ma'am.
She has to come.
Ma'am, just a sec, Chief. Ma'am, could you come up and give us your name and address?
Mayor, if I can just interject, where are we on the agenda right now? I'm lost. Or I thought we were on the millage rate, right?
We're going back to that.
And
Council.
usually when we go to a new item, the first thing we do is we have public comment, and then we have our discussion and whatever. Seems like we've gone from 3 to 4, and the public has yet to had its opportunity to comment.
We're still on number 2 with the
We're
budget.
still on number 2, so this has something other than to do with the millage rate,
It
right?
says millage rate and final budget for the city of Dunnellon.
Thank you.
So
his is part of the budget? That's how I looked at it.
Yes.
So we have a separate place right here for finalizing the general budget, which is number 5. So it seems like we have intermixed the 2 items. Andrew, are you on this, Andrew? Andrew, are you online? Guess not. So my point is, I think we are, I think we're jumping through the agenda. We're supposed to be talking about the millage rate, have public comment, and then make a vote on the millage rate, and then go down the agenda. We're jumping all over.
Excuse me, Council, but we are in a hearing on our budget, and this is part of our budget.
So what is left to talk when we go to number 5?
To adopt the final budget.
But we're discussing it right now.
Absolutely, but for the public, that's part of the public hearing.
Well, I stand by my point. We're supposed to be dealing with the millage, and then we go down to the agenda, and everybody can speak on each agenda item as we go through it.
Yes, sir, but the police building is in the budget.
But it's nothing to do with the millage.
But just,
Talking about the millage is 6.5. Right.
Council, this was part of staff's presentation that they were to give on the budget. The police department is a significant expense and part of the police budget. This was part of staff's presentation. I had just failed to recognize Chief before I closed staff comment. I asked the mayor to be able to go back to include that piece of staff's presentation. Thank you.
Well, my point remains that the public is supposed to speak first.
Not if we're still in budget items.
No, when we went to number 2, the public had the opportunity to speak. They have not yet had an opportunity to speak. We've been talking for an hour now without the public having an opportunity to speak.
We're still in number 2, and that's what's going to happen after staff presentation is public comment. That's the order.
Thank you, Council.
Continue?
Chief? Yes.
I did answer the young lady's question, and she, some of the questions the citizens have, if we start brand new, we probably won't have 3 areas, and if you sort of do the square footage, I was told that $150 a square foot of the contractors around, that it's more like $200 or $175 to $200 a square foot to build a building, which is a lot more. It is also told that the city of Bellevue spent, I forget how much, they only added 5,000 square feet and spent way over $1 million and some dollars, and that was not brought up tonight, but their building cost them a lot more. Just 5,000 square feet. Their building was 10,000 square feet. Half of it was old and half of it was new.
Chief, any other comments need to be a part of the public hearing comments? They need to come in and be able to make their comments with regard to all the staff budget presentation.
I just wanted to make a statement. Oh, you said you had.
Larry, could you come up and give us your name? I'm sorry.
Larry Whitford, 19948 Brookwood Road. I just want to make a statement that Chief said you had how many officers?
9.5.
Okay, about 15, 18 years ago, the police department had 15 sworn officers, 12 sworn officers. Okay? You remember?
Yes.
Thank you.
Not under my regime.
Right.
Thank
Now
you.
we need to go with the list.
Okay, now we will go, Chief, I'm gonna go to public comment, and if they have comments, we will let them come up. At this time, I think we need to, excuse me, staff, is everybody, have we completed our, okay, thank you.
And is it my understanding the council agreed, if somebody wants to speak 3 minutes on the budget, and they want an additional 3 minutes on the millage, we will reset the timer for that purpose? Okay.
Yes.
That'll be fine.
What I would recommend is first call up anybody who wants to speak about the millage, which was a separate item, and then recall people up if they want to speak on the budget.
Just to
Counsel.
kind of, and I'm not, but.
There's 2 separate things on the agenda.
Okay, but the number 2 says public hearing, and that's y'all, on the 2020 final millage rate, and this is all under number 2, final budget for the city of Dunnellon. And then, yes, we'll have a proposed resolution setting the final 2020 millage rate. So number 2 has both of those things that you're trying to combine. So I just want the public to know that you can talk about the millage rate and you can talk about the budget. Number 2 covers both of those things. If y'all want to talk about it for another 3 minutes about the millage rate, knock yourselves out, that's fine, but they are both subjects are on number 2. So I just want to make sure everybody's understanding that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, at this time, I'll call on members of the public wishing to address the City Council on either the proposed millage rate or the budget.
Wally Dunn.
Wally, I didn't touch anything up there, so you're good.
I saw him.
I know you did, Chief. I'm cool with that, okay? My name is Wally Dunn, 11386 Southwest Hendricks Drive. I have a couple of questions for Jan because I'm a little confused.
At this time, Wally, you need to address the council.
Okay, well, I'll address the council. The audit report says we have unassigned general fund reserve at the end of September 19th of $3,137,000, which does agree to the letter you received from the auditor today, okay? But when I look at the schedule right here that was presented tonight, it says The unrestricted balance is at the end of the year, was $1,315,000. There's a difference there of a little over $2 million. So I'm a little confused. Why one place it says 3 million and one place it says 1 million? Now, when we get to the end of the year, also it says the general fund unrestricted balance through July 31 of 2020 is $921,000, down from 1,000,003. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding this, because when we say we have $5,560,000 in cash, it also, which this schedule shows, also says we have an unrestricted balance of $922,000. That's a big difference. So I assume the rest of it's not restricted, or is restricted.
Are you done? Because I'll let her answer you.
Well, I've got more questions, but that's the biggest one. So how do I do this?
Jan, would you like to address that?
Sure. Mr. Dunn, what we've done is the audit report looks at a grand total, the unassigned, and I don't have a copy of the audit report in front of me. But Mandy, will you bring up the reserve schedule, and I'll point out where those monies are broken out?
Yep.
And can you make it bigger? Okay. If you look at the blue line here, the 1.3 million.
Right. That's the number
Plus the 2.1 million general fund capital infrastructure. We broke it out on this schedule only to show a breakout of restricted reserve and unassigned reserve for finance's internal purpose.
Well, my question is it restricted or not restricted?
We're going to present a resolution tonight to restrict that 2.1 million.
Okay.
Okay,
okay, stop. I got you there.
Okay.
So what I'm really focusing on is when we say we have 5.56 million down there at the bottom, we do, but only 922,000 is unrestricted.
Unrestricted for working capital purposes.
Right.
Okay, unassigned, okay, which the audit report speaks to, also includes line number 17, the designated capital replacement equity. Any reserve that was implemented by council or management, if we would have one, is considered unassigned for audit purposes.
Oh, for audit purposes.
Because it can be used for other purposes at discretion of council via resolution.
Right.
So it's all classified for GASB accounting purposes as unassigned.
Okay. Well, that explains what that is, but that gets me back to where I thought I was when I first started was, then what this schedule right here shows me is the general fund unrestricted balance is $922,000, which means everything else is part of that $5,000,005 is somewhat restricted either by law or by council or by whatever.
That's correct.
I got it. So when it really comes down to it, in my mind, and I'm a simple person, we may have $5.5 million in the bank, but we can't spend anything but $922,000 on whatever we want to spend it on. If it's in one of these buckets, these other lines, then we can spend it on that.
Or it can be unrestricted at the discretion of council. Such, for example.
But these are restricted right now.
Right now they are.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So as of today, if nothing happens, the only unrestricted amount we have is $922. Now, in 5 minutes, they could unrestrict something and move it.
Absolutely.
But that's my point. My point is, there's been some confusion, how do I say this, over the internet, saying we got $5 million we can blow. And that ain't right.
No,
okay.
That's not
That's
correct.
coming out all over the internet. And we've got $5.5 million and the city's rich and we can spend it any way we want to.
No.
The answer is no, we have $900,000 unless this council decides it wants to change.
Mr. Dunn, is your question done? Did you, did you
Oh,
feel,
yeah,
did she answer your
yeah.
question?
Yes, she
Okay,
did.
thank you.
Okay, that, they answered that question. Okay, I have only one other question, if I can find it. Hold on. You made a change earlier because when you presented this, it says there's 58.2% goes to personnel and overhead or other things, and that was changed to 33%.
And 24
24%,
point,
right,
yeah, the
I got
other,
it.
right.
Okay.
It was
I'm just trying to
split
keep
out.
up with numbers.
And that's
As an accountant, that's all I do.
right. And Councilman White had asked at the last hearing what percentage was personnel, so that's
Right.
why I broke it out tonight.
Right, okay, I'm good.
Thank you, sir.
Andy Arbelo?
So my big thing on this budget is, I read somewhere on the internet, someone had posted how we're buying this dilapidated building. And I said, well, it is an old church. I've been here my whole life. I'm sure it's old. But as you saw in that video, it is definitely not a dilapidated old building. If you look at the tile in there, it's amazing. There's going to be multi-use on this. I've sat in meetings here where they said, well, let's buy this land behind the chamber and put in 22 parking spaces at $200,000. How do we bypass this opportunity? Or I shouldn't say that, because we didn't. We had a unanimous vote on it. Why would there be any second guessing after this? It's just, I don't understand it. It is a great fiscal purchase. And I just back that purchase 100%, like the council did many, many months ago, and many years ago, because the same thing was brought up 20 years ago. The first set of pictures that were on there were of 20 years ago. There was a mixture of 20 years and today. The difference is kind of the bathroom now has new tile. It's still the same space. I had lunch with David White today, and I said, well, you know, how is that locker room? He said, well, there is lockers in there, but there's no room. How about having one room for all deputies and all staff? How about now that we can have both a women's room and a men's locker room? I mean, it is just amazing what that building is going to be able to do for us. So I do appreciate all the council who's made that decision. I appreciate being able to come up here and speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Wickham?
It's getting sore from sitting so long. I'm Mark Wickham. I reside at 20363, the Granada, and I will keep this short and sweet and to the point. This is some remarks I had prepared. I just wanted to say that I oppose this budget resolution that increases taxes at a most unfortunate time when a once-in-a-century pandemic has sorely stressed the local economy. Many constituents are unemployed or underemployed, and small businesses are distressed. It gives the appearance that city government operates in a self-serving, insulated bubble that ignores the hardships of the citizens they purportedly represent. I support a millage rate rollback and a budget freeze at or a reduction from last year's budget level. I asked the city council why have a budget item to increase the emergency fund if a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic is not a just cause to draw it down to cover revenue shortfall, then what is its purpose? So I ask that the city council does the right thing, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Annette Stutzman?
Annette Stutzman, 204 Southwest 192nd Court. It's okay. Gary has cancer, I'm keeping it on. Dunnellon, Florida, 34431. And it's been a while since I've been here. Am I to talk about everything we're talking about, or just the budget, or right now? Just everything I've heard so far, or?
Just the budget.
Okay, just the budget. Well, a question that I have that I saw in the Riverland News, and I didn't have the printout that we had tonight, and it would be very, very much appreciated if somehow we could have this printout, if it was given free tonight, that it would be accessible, and if it is, please let me know and I'll stand corrected. What I saw in the Riverland was a general line with transportation that was $1.2 million for transportation. That was a question everybody had, and transparency is needed. A lot of us are just common people. We don't have the expertise of accountants like Jan and Wally or whatnot. We're trying to make sense of what's going on in the town. And just for the record, I want this town to stay a town. I don't want it to go under. I don't want it to go to the county. And I'm trying to do everything I can to try to help everybody. I think we all need to come together and work together. But I have to understand when I see one-line figures like that, just what it is. What do we need $1.2 million for transportation? I just need the breakdown that my mind can understand. And I think Joe Blow Public wants to know, because we all got that same little mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Jan, would you like to?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. What that line item you're referring to is that $1.12 million line item is the Roads and Streets Department. It includes it includes capital as well as operating, and the advertisement has to follow state statute. So that's the way we have to break it out, and it is by category.
The bottom line, though, when someone's reading, and I have a lot of people that contact me, trust me, and when I speak, I'm speaking for everyone. There's a lot of people, I won't give names, that are not able to get here. They aren't, and they're asking the same questions. If some way we could break this down in just a more simplistic measure, $1.2 million is for police department and everything that goes along with it. Transportation is very vague. When someone hears transportation, the first thing that comes to mind is a vehicle and maintenance of a vehicle. And that's all I'm saying. We need a little bit more simplistic.
I'm afraid I can't because of the state statute. I wish I could. Now, I can break it down if anybody, requests, makes a public records request. I can absolutely break all that down. But in the newspaper, I'm not permitted to because of truth and millage requirements. And it is state statute. It has to be by classification.
Is there some way not to print a specific spreadsheet or a page up when you're breaking such a large number down? That's a huge number for people to guess what transportation is.
Right. There's just nothing. I wish I could, but there's nothing I can do as far as the advertisement.
It causes a lot of confusion. Just saying, I wouldn't be up here asking it if it didn't. I promise you.
But that's why we also post the detailed budget on our website, that people can look
on
at.
Dunnellon.org.
Yes,
I've also, and I'm going to speak for some that have spoken to me, they have a hard time maneuvering around the new website. I'm used to it, so I do it, and I try to share as much as possible to keep people educated. We want people to know what's going on. We do want transparency.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Coger, I think, did he step out?
Yes, he did.
You check, see if he's out there. He left? No?
He's gone.
Okay. So I actually have an audio file that was submitted.
Are the speakers set right in one of them issues with
and staff for providing another balanced budget that carries on the financial progress the city has made over the last half-dozen years. You are doing the right things in the right way. Thank you. The notion of rolling back the tax millage rate is a bad idea. Following this path would be like digging a slow hole to bankruptcy, in my opinion. Candidate Bill White has been proudly telling folks that he's the only one who voted against keeping the millage rate the same.
Excuse me. He cannot, even verbally, he can't do that. He cannot single out councilmen. I ask you to interject.
I think we just passed it.
Yeah, maybe it's past it, but I will say this, there are a number of people that I try to get to point at me and talk to me because they single out council people.
But we all agree that no particular council person should be pointed out by anybody in the general public. There's no question. And that is pointing me out. So that should, if we knew ahead of time that that was going to be said, that should have been cut out before that was allowed to be heard in public.
All right.
Go back, go ahead.
A political point than serving the greater good of the city of Dunnellon. I'm relying on the rest of this council to do the right thing and approve this budget that best serves the needs of the city of Dunnellon. Thank you, council.
Is there any? Okay, is there any more, I guess, no more public comment?
I have a public comment about the rollback. I was told to wait.
Okay.
I'm Wally Dunn, 11386 Southwest Hendricks Drive. I've said this before, I'm gonna say it again. I think during a time of a pandemic, I agree with the gentleman who just spoke, that the whole world is going through a problem right now, and raising taxes now is the wrong thing to do. That's just my opinion. I think I said this before, the property taxes I pay on this property here was valued at about 1/3 of the property I had somewhere else, but the property taxes here are greater than what I had at the other place. So when I look up at the particular schedule that was put up earlier, which I don't have access to, of all the cities around here, I noticed there were a few at 6.5%. There were a few, or one, I remember at 7%, and there was a number of them at 5%. And like Don pointed out, it's very difficult to all sit down and compare cities to cities to cities because we don't know who provides what services and that kind of thing. But again, I'm not really saying anything about the prior amount. I just think it's foolish to raise the taxes in this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'd like to talk about millage as well.
Oh, all right, sir.
On the millage, I know that on paper and yes, it's gonna raise our taxes that need to stay the same, but we're going to go and not raise the percentage, but we're gonna raise the dollar amount because the property values on this river in this city has gone up. So because this town has done the right thing for so many years, people want to buy houses and want to build houses in this area. So the property values are going up. The second step is, or the second issue is, people say, well, there's only 1,700 residents. People don't understand. It's not just the 1,700 residents that live in this little bubble. It doesn't have to do with the businesses that are here. This city services Rainbow Springs. This city services Citrus Springs. This Juliet Falls, Hills of Ocala. I mean, all these people come into this town, and we have to have our police department in here. We have to have the sewer and water in this city to be up to par. We have to have our roads in this city. People forget that unlike Bellevue, we also have tourism. So we have people that come in here. And so we are not just serving the 1,700 residences or the businesses. We're also serving our tourism, which brings in more dollars into this community. I've been here since 1973. I've never seen anything like this before with ecotourism. It's just amazing in this little city that people are recognizing the beauty of this river, the beauty of this town. So I do have to say 2 steps. First of all, your values of your homes are going up. That's a fact. In other areas, they're going down. So yes, we are paying more during a pandemic that has affected some in this area. But these homeowners are not being affected by that. So most of these homeowners are retired people that are not being affected by that. So their income and their taxes are going to both raise. Also, how many people we're serving with this community. So that's why I propose, you know, I'm proposing that my property taxes that I pay almost $5,000 a year goes up. But to keep everything that's going on, we need to keep going at the same rate. If things change next year, we can do a rollback. But right now, I believe we should go forward.
Thank you. Yes.
That's been 204 Southwest 192nd Court, Dunnellon. With what Andrew said, I agree 100%. What I'm hearing a lot lately is our town is not being very receptive to Rainbow Springs citizens. I just want to say right now, Gary and I have been in business since 1989. We had to close abruptly due to his cancer, which is, it is what it is. We sustained ourselves with the lovely residents of Dunnellon. We sustained ourselves with Rainbow Springs. We sustained ourselves with Citrus Springs. We need to come together as a community and embrace everyone. We're all in this. We're all in this together. When back past Hitty's history, when the city took over the water rights in Rainbow Springs, those people got so upset by. And I agree with them, they called for a boycott in Dunnellon. If we don't start bringing people together, how do we pay our bills in Dunnellon? Only on tax base? We have no water, we have no sewer? I mean, we gotta get real here, people. I mean, we gotta start embracing the communities and act like we want them to be here, which I personally do. And I think any smart business person in this town would want to. And as far as the police building goes, what a blessing. This police department needs a police building, a new police building. But what we need to do, in my opinion, and my opinion only, is it's a great purchase and a great purchase price of that church, hands down. That would make the most amazing community center. And if you want to put it and honor it in the name of Linda Fernandez, I'm the first one on board for that. But in the same token, keep it a community center, build the police department a new building, again, with history in Dunnellon, where the art studio is at the end of the street where the library used to be. When the library went under, or sold, I'll put it that way, that was supposed to be a community center for Dunnellon. It was talked about again in the city council meeting. What happened? What keeps happening that we can't keep moving forward?
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, ma'am.
love this town. We spent a long time looking for a home. When I was operating a small mobile home park that at that time was clean and neat and well kept, and now when I drive past it and pull in, I just shudder. I won't tell anybody that I at one time owned it, because it's no longer the pretty, beautiful place it was when we did. The problem that we have here, from my point of view, is that it feels like those of us that have been here, and I've been here 20-some years, and really care about the city. Obviously, I donated a tremendous amount of time to the city council. I have stood here and decorated your Christmas trees on the holidays because people were busy. I'm here because I love the city and I love the river that I am blessed to be able to live in front of or behind, whichever way you look at the way the water flows. But we don't treat the citizens, the individual people that live here, with the same respect that they did in any other place I have ever lived. If you don't follow the predetermined whatever, you're cut short. And there are a lot of us that don't follow the predetermined. And you all know that I'm one of them. Maybe not quite the leader of the band, because I don't want to be in a leadership position. But we need to start looking at the people, the individuals that own homes or rent homes, because a renter is still supplying the money that's paying for all of this, and start treating the people here like we really care about them.
I hate to interrupt, but
I'm sure
can
you
we
do.
stay with the budget and the mills? That's
All
what
right, the budget, when
Yes.
you don't, when you insist
And the
on
millage, please.
I
That's what
don't
we're-
want the millage raised. I can't afford it. You don't want to price people like me out of my house. Is that plain and concise enough for all of you to understand? Don't price me out of my home. I have spent 20 years there. I have a beautiful home. God love my children and my husband because they basically built it themselves. And I would like to be able to afford to keep it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments on the budget and millage?
Let me just make sure I don't have any hands raised. I do not.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask for council discussion on the 2020, 2021 budgets, millage rate, and
There's two separate items, right?
No, it's one.
well,
Right,
they're-
we're gonna vote
yeah.
on the millage and then the budget. Right?
There's a public hearing that encompasses both. So the
So
public
if
hearing, you
you-
discuss
you'd
both,
like-
and
yeah.
then you move on to approve them separately.
Okay, fair enough. So
Thank you.
we can speak twice.
Speak to
then.
both of them,
You want to
both of
remove
them,
your
either
mask,
of
we
them.
cleared out quite a bit.
And you'll have another opportunity when you get to the resolution.
Except for, no. Except for Shirley.
Okay, so council,
Okay.
your discussion.
Council, did you want to go first?
No, I'd like, let Valerie go first if she'd
Okay.
like.
I'm not ready to speak yet, but thank you.
Anyone? Yeah.
I'm glad to speak, thank you. Appreciate the public and their comments. I think we all can realize how difficult it is to predict a budget, especially with the virus. We're still in a hurricane season. Inflation, if anybody's done quite a bit of work on expanding their homes, lumber's up almost 3 times, paint's up. So when you do a budget, you have to anticipate that at some point in that projected year, there's going to be some unknowns. So I don't mind having my taxes raised $47 a year to protect the budget and try to balance a budget. And I think it's prudent what the city has done. Everybody would like to have somewhat lower taxes, but we are, as Wally Dunn said and others, we're on an area that is somewhat uncharted, and I think we need to have the reserves. We keep in the cap at 6.5. And I, for one, don't have any problem with paying the $47 extra a year. And I just think it's better to be prepared than not. Thank you.
No comments?
Just, I mean, again, the staff, I wanted to thank the staff. Y'all did a superb job, and you did make it easy for Valerie to understand, so thank you. So I'm sure many others understand it as well. I mean, I've got budgets still in my house from the 1993s, so I know how we used to go. But as far as the millage rate, again, the county raised the values of all of our properties, not the city of Dunnellon. I just want to make sure everybody knows that. So that, in turn, made the leaving our taxes at 6.5 made it go up. I remember looking at my tax rate and figuring it out, and I think I'll be paying like an additional $35 extra, is how I figured it out, if I read the county's information properly. Also, I mean, and home sales, I just looked up to make sure I was quoting the right amount, but since August of 2019, and this comes from the Stellar MLS of Marion County, which I am a member of as a realtor, since August of 2019, sales prices have gone up by 13% in values. Just in 1 month, since July, they've gone up 1%. So it's inevitable that our values are going up in Marion County. And that's a good thing when you try to go to sell again. So that's a blessing. I really do think that we've stayed conservative. We're not going out and doing anything that isn't acceptable. And I would have said also that none of us have given staff any direction before tonight to what would one want to be lowered, what one would be, what the 6.184, what nobody has asked y'all what would have to be given up in order to receive that in a public meeting, have they? Okay, so I'm just making sure that nobody's done that, so that you as a staff have been given the understanding this is the budget that we have wanted. And this is, nobody's giving you any other options or ideas to change anything, to see if there's any other better thing that they could come up with. So I think saying that is that we've, asked you to give us the best budget that we've looked over time and time again. And I think y'all did a outstanding job, as the auditors always say y'all do. So thank y'all very much.
And I'll go now, unless you'd like to go.
Okay, Mayor, thank you. I'd just like to clarify what Councilwoman Valerie just said. We actually did take a vote on this at the last council meeting before it came to the final vote for today. It was clearly discussed, and I voiced total opposition to it, and the vote was taken 4-1. So tonight is the night when the contract goes hard. So it was discussed, and I am clearly on position as the one negative vote on this. Jan, I got a question for you. I remember you making a report last year, and I remember the number you threw out that property values went up approximately 9% last year. And our millage was at 6.5 then, right? So last year, we actually had a tax increase because of the appreciation.
Yes.
Correct? Yes. So now this year, property values have gone up 7%, and we're staying at 6.5.
Yes, sir.
So we have another tax increase this year, correct? And that's the point. That's just simply the point, folks. It's no more complicated than that. That if you own property 2 years in a row, you're paying more taxes. Now, if you think that's a good thing, or if you think the city needs it, or whatever, that's fine. The only point we're making is you're getting popped 2 years in a row for a property tax increase. So when you hear terms like we're keeping the millage the same, or we're preserving your tax rate, things like that. The bottom line is erase that. You're paying more in tax. And that's simply what I'm saying. And it's very difficult right now that one thing nice about elections, it makes you go out and talk to people. It makes you visit businesses. It makes you ask people how you're doing. And if you go around into the city and you talk to a lot of the businesses, they'll tell you that their business at the worst was down 50%, and maybe now it's still down 25%. You talk to people that have had their hours cut with their jobs or maybe laid off. People are hurting. This is unusual times right now. So for us not to realize that increasing people's taxes right now when they're hurting the most is very insensitive. The best we could do, and I don't think anybody would have a problem with that, is to go to the number that Jan has calculated for us, which is the rollback rate, which is a 6.18, which then would keep your taxes exactly where they were last year. Even though your property has appreciated, your taxes would stay the same. So for that reason and that reason only, taking all things into consideration, I voted against it last time. I want to make a point to you that this is 2 years in a row you're getting a tax increase. And when we take a vote, I'll vote according to my conscience. So that's what I have to say on the millage rate.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I just clarify? I didn't say that you approved, that we all approved. I just said that nobody gave us any direction on how to lower it, what it would have to be. I'm sorry, I just want to make clarification on that.
Thank you. I have several points here. One is we decided last year as a group we wanted to lower our beach access, which we did. We went from $4 for folks that were out of city, and we brought it to $2. As I understand, Jan made us aware that we lost double what we did the year before. And what that reminds me of is once people are using things, it's called infrastructure. And I love what was brought up about this city services not just our local citizens, but we service a number of people all around. And we have to decide as a council what's best for our city, what's best to make sure that our police are funded, what's best to make sure that our operations are doing what they're doing now. I think our work saved us almost $50,000. Am I close? Last year, didn't you go under budget? Okay. Those are the kind of things, if we weren't doing, I would not be anywhere close to looking at raising the average cost of your home $30. But because we choose to make sure that if you call a police officer, they're going to be there. We want to make sure that they're equipped, that they have cameras, and that you and I and my children and my grandchildren are protected. So I would be personally very much in favor of keeping our millage rate at the same price. If it's, I guess, if we stretch it out and we don't use inflation, I guess you would call it an increase. However, you really have to take into consideration inflation, and also, again, let me digress. We as a city service not just 1,700 people. If I'm correct, Chief, help me, it's around 20,000 to 30,000 people that come into our city every day. Am I correct with that?
Powell Road, approximately 23,000 cars a day. Powell Road and 41.
So about 71,000 people come through our city, and we have to decide, because we have some issues. We can lower taxes, but some of the issues are, some of the promises being made is we're gonna fix everything. We're gonna lower your taxes like we did a few years ago and be right back in the budget crunch that we found ourselves in when I started here 2 years ago. And this city now is in as good a shape as it's been in quite a while. The staff loves working for you, the neighbors. Our police officers love working for you, the neighbors, because we show them they're appreciated. And I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for the budget tonight. I'm grateful for the presentation. I'm grateful for all our citizens that have stood up and spoke. I'm done. Let me go. It is 8:20 p.m. and I close the public hearing held to discuss the proposed millage rate and the 2020-2021 budget and reopen the regular council meeting. Agenda item number 3, resolution RES 2020-18. Is there a motion? I'm sorry, except let me have public opinions or comments at this time. Is there any public comments? If there's no public comments, is there a motion to read resolution RES 2020-17 into the record?
So moved.
That's 18. 2020-18, just be clear.
Oh, I'm sorry, I dropped down below. Into the record. Is there a motion?
So move resolution 2020-18 be read into the record only.
Okay, I have a motion. Is there a second? Councilwoman Williams seconds. Vice Mayor Hanchar made a motion. Mandy, read. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Clarification, this is just to read it for the vote coming up.
Is-
correct?
Into the record.
Aye.
This is
Aye.
into the record.
Okay.
Resolution number RES 2020-18, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Dunnellon, Florida, adopting the final millage rate for the City of Dunnellon for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2020, and ending on September 30, 2021. Whereas the City Council for the City of Dunnellon met on September 14, 2020, at 5:30 p.m. at City Hall 20750 River Drive, Dunnellon, Florida 34431, to consider the tentative amount of the tax millage to be collected on all real and personal property in the City of Dunnellon, Florida for the year 2020 in the amount of 6.5 mils. And whereas the City Council of the City of Dunnellon, Florida does hereby adopt its final millage rate of 6.5 mils to be levied for the general fund upon all real and tangible personal property located within the boundaries of the above named taxing authority. And whereas the final levy of 6.5 mils is 5.11% greater than the rollback rate of 6.1841 mils. And whereas the final millage rate of 6.5 is for the calendar year 2020 to fund the expenses for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2020 and ending September 30, 2021.
Is there a motion to adopt resolution RES 2020-18 setting the final millage rate of 6.50 for the year 2020-2021?
I make such motion.
Councilman Dugan, is there a second? And Councilwoman Williams, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
Madam Clerk, there's 4 in favor and 1 opposed. For the record, the final millage rate now adopted by the City Council is 5.11% greater than the rollback rate of 6.1841. And I'd like to, it is 8:24. I'd like to take a 10-minute recess. Is that okay with everyone? 10-minute recess.
Thank you. Oh, it's, two in the middle. Oh, I don't know. Feels like a church social. Nobody wants to shut up. Dawn.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is reconvene the meeting, and then you gotta close it and open the CRA.
Okay, so we are.
We skipped over to number 9. You could finish early.
Yeah.
I like your thinking.
It is now, and
I vote yes on that.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, it is 8:40 p.m. and I close the special city council meeting and open the special CRA meeting. Agenda item number 4, resolution RES. If I could we go outside to talk, please? It's resolution number RES 2019-17. And we will accept public comment at this time. Or did I get? Oh, it's, I'm sorry.
This one's hold on, I'm sorry, it's wrong on here. It should be 2017.
Oh,
It was a
20
misprint.
okay,
It just
20.
come over from last year,
Okay.
or last year's scale.
2020, I'm sorry, -17. Is there any public comments? 2020-17. If no public comments, is there a motion to read the resolution RES 2020-17 into the record?
So moved.
Councilwoman Williams made a motion to read into the record. Is there a second?
Second.
And Vice Mayor Hanchar seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. It's unanimous, Madam Clerk.
Resolution number RES 2020-17, a resolution of the City of Dunnellon Community Redevelopment Agency adopting a budget for the City of Dunnellon Community Redevelopment Agency for fiscal year 2020-2021, providing for repeal of prior inconsistent resolutions, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. Whereas the City Council of the City of Dunnellon, Florida, adopted ordinance number 2000-03, creating the City of Dunnellon Redevelopment Agency, or CRA, pursuant to Part 3, Chapter 163 Florida statutes. And whereas the CRA is a dependent special district under Chapter 189 Florida statutes known as the Uniform Special District Accountability Act of 1989. And whereas the Act requires all special districts, including dependent special districts such as the CRA, to adopt a budget for each fiscal year by resolution. And whereas the City of Dunnellon Community Redevelopment Agency desires to comply with the requirement of the Act and takes this action in order to do so. Section 1. Recitals. The foregoing recitals are deemed true and correct and are hereby fully incorporated herein by this reference and are deemed a material part of this resolution. Section 2. Adoption of the budget. The board members of the City of Dunnellon Community Redevelopment Agency do hereby approve and adopt a budget attached hereto as Exhibit A for the CRA for fiscal year 2020-2021, beginning October 1, 2020, and ending September 30, 2021. Section 3. Repeal of prior inconsistent resolutions. All prior resolutions or parts of resolutions in conflict herewith are hereby repealed to the extent of the conflict. Section 4. Severability. If any section, subsection, sentence, clause, phrase, or portion of this resolution is for any reason held invalid or unconstitutional by any court of competent jurisdiction, such portion shall be deemed a separate, distinct, and independent provision, and such holding shall not affect the validity of the remaining portion hereto. Section 5. effective date. This resolution shall become effective immediately upon adoption by the board members of the City of Dunnellon Community Redevelopment Agency.
This time, is there a motion to adopt resolution RES 2020-17 into the record?
So moved.
I second.
Vice Mayor Anshar made a motion. Vice Councilman Dugan, second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? It's unanimous, Madam Clerk. All right. It is now 8:44, and I close special CRA meeting and reopen special City Council meeting. Agenda item number 5, Resolution RES 2020-19. This time we'll accept public comments. If there's any public comments, come forth, please. No public comments. Is there a motion to read Resolution RES 2020-19 into the record?
So moved.
Councilman Dugan.
Second.
Second. Vice Mayor Anchar. All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous, Madam Clerk.
Resolution number RES 2020-19, a resolution adopting the budget for the City of Dunnellon for the fiscal year commencing on October 1, 2020 and ending on September 30, 2021. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Dunnellon, Florida that the proposed expenditures in the final budget are $3,960,750. The budget is based upon taxable value of real property of $164,152,300, personal property of $21,988,131, centrally assessed property of $232,309, and anticipated non-ad valorem revenues of $2,594,707.87. The final budget is approved and shall become effective at the beginning of the 2020-2021 fiscal year, and the taxing authority funds may be expended commencing on October 1, 2020 and ending on September 30, 2021. Funds of the 2020-2021 final budget not expended during the fiscal year 2020-2021 may be used and expended during subsequent fiscal years.
Is there a motion at this time to adopt Resolution RES 2020-19, setting the final general fund budget in the amount of $3,960,750 for the City of Dunnellon as proposed for the 2020-2021 fiscal year?
So moved, Mayor.
There's a motion made by Councilwoman Williams. Is there a second?
I second it.
Councilman Dugan.
Discussion.
All in favor?
Discussion.
Discussion.
Is there discussion? Is this a, I'm just trying to get clarity, Mayor, is this the vote for the budget, or is this a reading? What is this we're doing here?
Budget in the amount, it's our budget.
This is the final vote for the budget.
It's the general fund, yeah.
Okay, I have comments then. I have some questions. Okay, guys, this is it. This is the big enchilada right here. This is the vote that's gonna put the budget into play for the next year. So I have a few questions on this. Jan, I remember a year ago, I asked you, there was supposed to be $1 million. Looks like.
You can come over here, Jan.
Can you grab that one over there?
Jan, I'm not gonna, you're not, I'm just gonna ask you a couple questions.
Okay. Yeah, but for closed captioning.
You can sit down, Jan.
1, 2.
Jan, about a year ago, I remember asking you, probably during the same time when we were talking about the budget. I've heard, this is before I got on council, that there was supposed to be $1 million somewhere coming from Greenlight that we were supposed to have, and we have it or whatever. Is that reflected where that $1 million is anywhere?
No, sir, we did not receive $1 million for Green.
So we never did get the $1 million?
No, we did not.
So when the Greenlight deal was over, we didn't even get the million that we were supposed to. So
No,
I'm
sir.
just, in other words, I'm putting it in the grave, you know, that the $1 million, which we were supposed to get, we never did get.
No, sir.
Okay. Okay, I won't have to ask you that one next year. In this budget we're talking about right now, I saw that, again, we have the merit pay raises in the budget, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does that, the merit pay raises are for the staff that are, it's determined how to allocate it by the city administrator, the merit pay.
No, sir, it's it's based on a performance evaluation.
Of the city administrator. She evaluates her staff.
Her staff, I evaluate my staff.
Okay, so does the department heads that do this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. And the city administrator's merit pay is something that council determines based on its evaluation, correct?
Correct.
Is the city administrator, again, next year going to be eligible for another merit pay raise? Is that in the budget?
Yes, that is in the budget for all staff.
Okay, and usually it's up to a 3%, possibly a 0 to a 3% raise every year. If council wants to do that.
Yes, sir.
Correct? Okay, so that's in that. So if we pass the budget, that's automatically put into the cake. It's one of the ingredients in the cake, the merit pay increases, right? Right?
Yes.
It's there, all right. We talk very much about our eco-tourist, how vital it is to the city, how vital it is for our businesses and whatever. Out of our budget, how much was budgeted to parks and recreation? Do you have an idea? This is a key component.
I'd have to look it up.
I remember.
In a minute.
I remember talking with Troy. It was $50,000-$60,000.
$82,298.
$82,000.
Mm-hmm.
So that's our budget for the parks. That's parks and recreation. That's
Considered one department.
okay. All right. The reason I'm asking that is I think our economic study showed that our parks, recreation, and our outdoors is a critical component to the city's future. So $82,000 is what we have. Okay. We all know, because we've been talking a lot about this, our roads are deteriorating. I thought Troy made an excellent presentation recently about it would take nearly $11 million to get these roads in the city up to snuff. $7 million to pave what needs to be paved, $4 million we would need to pave the roads that are unpaved. With that in mind, in this budget, how much is earmarked for roads?
I believe it was $588,000 for capital improvements. But for the roads department itself, $1.12 million.
So out of our $4 million budget, $1.2 million is earmarked for roads?
Mm-hmm. Roads and Streets Department.
Hmm?
Roads and Streets Department. That's personnel, operating, and capital.
Okay, that's a little confusing to me,
Okay, the
because we
total-
have $3,900,000
Troy?
and personnel, and the expenses that go with personnel is 58%. So where are we coming up with $1.2 million for roads?
That is the Roads and Streets Department total budget. Of the general fund budget, the $3.9 million budget that you're considering approving, 1.1 million of it is for the Roads and Streets Department, personnel, operating, and capital within that department. For road repair and road rehabilitation, there's $588,000.
Okay, so at $500,000,
Right. Absolutely.
So we have $500,000 earmarked for road construction or road repair, correct?
Mhm.
I mean, I'm just trying to understand,
Mhm.
because it's an important part of this budget. So out of that $500,000, is it earmarked for new paving, or is it just to repair the roads as they deteriorate? We know $500,000 would maybe do a couple streets the size of Palmetto Way. So $500,000 doesn't do too much for repaving or creating a new road. So how would that $500,000 be spent?
I would have to defer to Troy, since it's his budget.
Okay. All right, that's okay. That's okay, Troy. I just wanted to see how much we have for the roads. Because I think if you talk to the residents of this city, our roads are maybe one of the top 3 issues that people would like us to address. So I'd just like to get it clear on the salaries of the city employees. It's 33% when you just consider the actual money that's part of the salary. 33%. That's the salary. That's
salaries, benefits, and taxes.
okay. When you say, how did we come up with the original figure of 58%? That includes
personnel, all personnel costs.
Right.
And basic operating, which means electricity, water, sewer, professional services. It's the rest of the budget other than capital and debt service.
Right, because that's an important figure. I mean, if you say that 58% of our budget goes to salaries and the expenses associated with salaries. Right?
As well as other operating expenses.
Right, and that continuation is really important.
It is.
Because when you just end it, salaries and those things associated, it's 58%. That's enough to give anybody pause.
No, it's just salaries, benefits, and taxes are 33.7%.
All right, and that includes hospitalization, that includes all the things, because I have found as an employer, usually it will cost me 50% more than what I hire someone. Whatever I'm paying them, it's gonna cost, by the time I pay all the other incidents, it's 50% more. So what you're saying is 33% is the number when you include the salaries and the 50% more that it costs with the salaries. It's still at 33%.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. Now, I would like to go back to what Wally Dunn talked about. I thought Wally did an excellent job of breaking it down, what these numbers were. It's kind of thrown out there kind of casually that we have $5 million in cash. And I think Wally did a wonderful job of demonstrating out of that $5 million. Most of it is earmarked for certain projects. It's not like we have a bucket of $5 million that we can do whatever we want to do. Right?
That's correct.
So a statement that we have $5 million in unrestricted cash, which would suggest we have $5 million to burn, would be not really.
That's not a true statement.
Okay, all right. So when you boil it down, we have unattached money about $900,000, unrestricted money.
To pay the bills.
Okay. And on top of that 900,000, we have 600,000 that we're gonna put into the rainy day fund.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I love that, that's good. Now, the 325,000 that we're gonna spend for the police station, we've got that closing coming up, in a month, right? Where is that $325,000 coming from?
That would need to come from a general fund capital reserve.
So would that come out of the 900,000?
No, actually, it should come out of one of the capital reserves, in my opinion. Not out of the unrestricted. It could, but that would just kind of make things tight for a while.
So to be transparent, I'm not trying to, no trickery here. If we're saying that we have $900,000 in unattached funds, if in 30 days, we're gonna close on the church, and we're gonna take 325,000 out of here, then it's kind of a stretch to say we have $900,000 in unattached funds when 30 days from now, we may be taking a third of that for the purchase of the church.
It's up to council's discretion what reserve
So
we
that's what
want
this
to
is
take
all
it
about.
from.
It's all about letting the people know exactly what it is we're doing.
But if
right? And so you don't have to break it down and struggle with it and figure it out. It's just right there, right there. Hey, folks, we have 900,000, and there's a possibility we might have to take 325,000 out of that if we want to.
That's one reserve.
Okay, all right. That's my point. Took me a lot of homework. I'm not an accountant, but you don't know how hard this has been for me to break this down and figure this out.
But it could come from another reserve.
Right.
It doesn't have to come from where we have 900,000. It could come from the reserve that we have 2.1 million.
And if it came from another reserve, then there'd be 325,000 taken out of that.
Oh, of course.
That's currently showing that we have it. So the
Right.
bottom line is 325,000 is going to be yanked out of these numbers that you're showing up.
Yes, that's correct.
Very, very good. Okay. A year ago, I couldn't ask these questions. I didn't know enough about this stuff to even ask this. Now, let me just see here. Okay. I'm good. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Any other questions? If not, Troy, let me defer to you. Can you explain the 1 million in roads, if you would, please? That's interesting. I'd like to hear the full. I'd like to hear the full
higher budget for the roads and streets department.
Okay.
And I was just looking. She's pulling it up now for capital improvements, but we do have funds in there for capital, which is road resurfacing or road construction. And I was looking to see what that number is, but I want to say it was close to about 400,000. And then there's capital improvement funds in there for some park and recreations related stuff. So Jan, which one is this?
Hold on a minute, this may be easier. In the roads and streets department, we've got the stormwater asset mapping grant in the amount of $71,250. Road
Let me finish. Yeah, I see the numbers here real easy. And road resurfacing, we put in for 1 mile.
Okay.
Which is the equivalent to $588,000 for roads resurfacing. The City Hall landscaping project. Now, some of these are funded out of different revenues as far as your 1-cent sales tax or your gas tax. Okay. We have the stormwater asset mapping grant. That's $71,000 for this coming year. And that's a 3-year project for a total of $275,000. That's what you have here. 3-year project, $275,000 total. Okay.
It's $285,000.
$285,000. And then we have the, like I said, the capital improvements for road replacement or reclamation was the $588,000. We have Shore Tower Way parking lot project is also in my budget, and the capital improvements for replacing one of our work trucks. One of the half-ton trucks, we're replacing it with a 3/4 ton truck.
So if I'm understanding that right, then we're moving along with our goals that we set to start prioritizing and looking at, like what you presented for us. You're looking, and we're going to start identifying the roads and the services that we need to complete in the next year. So we are moving forward in that area, correct?
Right. And what we're trying to do, based on the presentation that was given also, we did not designate any particular roads with that 588,000. We have that amount in there, you know, pretty much to spark off the program. We got to identify the worst roads and move forward there. But we have money to get the project started and identifying the worst roads and moving forward as the funds become available, grants or any other avenues.
I have a question.
Yes.
What do you think your timetable is on the priority of the various streets and what have you? It's obvious we don't have the money to do much on the way of repair or even do a half a mile. So what's your criteria for prioritizing various areas?
Well, when I gave the presentation, we also authorized the engineer to start looking for grants, beginning
Right.
with the Oakwood Street, right?
Right.
And we have also identified a grant, and Dawn, I cannot remember the name of the grant, but it's like a $40,000 grant that will pay to have the roads assessed as far as their integrity and the priority of need of getting them resurfaced. So we'll start immediately looking into that grant, and if awarded, we can use that $40,000 to hire engineers or contractors to come in and prioritize the roads based on the integrity of the roads. And then we can spend that $588,000 wisely.
Yeah.
Right.
Excellent.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. One other question. I don't recall us talking about Green Light, the $1 million. Did that get left last, were we supposed to get that last year? Did I miss?
We were supposed to get it in 2014.
Oh, 2014. Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't think I remember talking about that.
Green Light's been off the books for 6 years.
Okay. Thank you. That really helps me.
You know, I think on Green Light, Jan, on Green Light, one of the biggest problems at the time, because I wrote an article in the newspaper that the Green Light Communications was going to be a financial disaster, financial suicide for the city. I tried to talk to Lisa about it, wouldn't talk to me. I actually found the loan officer at Regions Bank. I left 4 detailed messages of why this was not going to work, but he did not ever call me back. And it's sad that the real problem was the city, no matter what, although they didn't get paid, which should have been paid, the problem was that the city was going to go broke almost on the operating expenses because they couldn't handle it. You know, and I'm telling like it is. Lisa bulldozed that through. She was completely wrong, and I think she left after 5 months after all this disaster happened. But the city had to get rid of it, even though they didn't get anything. They didn't know at the time they weren't going to get anything. I knew it was a dead deal when I found out that these people were waiting for overseas money and a wire transfer. Then I know this was a complete scam, which it turned out to be.
Thank you.
On number 6 now.
Item number 6, okay.
We didn't approve.
Did we?
didn't approve.
Okay, I didn't think
That
so.
was all discussion.
Number 5.
Did we get a motion? We did get a motion
Yeah,
second, and then
yes.
we discussed it.
Yes.
Okay. At this time, let's take a vote on agenda item 5, Resolution RES 2020-19. All in favor? Aye. Aye. It's unanimous, Madam Clerk. Let's move right on. Tax increment financing district budget. At this time, we'll accept public comments. If there's any public comments. If no public comments, is there a motion to adopt the final tax increment financing district budget in the amount of $741,900?
So moved.
I second.
Okay, Vice Chair made a motion. Councilman Dugan second. All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous, Madam Clerk. Oh, boy, let's see. We will. Whoops. Number Sorry about that. I am missing a page up here. Can I pull?
Here, you want mine?
I got an extra one over here.
She's got an extra one. Item number 7. Okay, proposed resolution RES 2020-22, amending city's fund balance policy to add an additional capital reserve titled Capital Infrastructure Improvements and creating a minimum balance requirement, and the backup has been added. Is there a public comments on this item? Item number 2020-22. Do I have a proposed motion on item RES 2020-22 to be read by title only?
So moved.
There's a motion made. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made and second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous, Madam Clerk?
Resolution number RES 2020-22. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Dunnellon, Florida, amending the city's fund balance policy by adding an unassigned fund balance reserve titled Emergency Reserve, defining emergency, recognizing and defining a category of assigned fund balance reserve, entitled General Fund Capital Replacement Reserve Equity, adding a new assigned fund balance reserve titled Capital Infrastructure Improvements, and creating minimum balances and procedures for use of same, providing for conflict, severability, and effective date.
Is there a motion to approve?
Comments?
I'm sorry, comments from council? Any comments?
None.
A motion to approve?
I'll make the motion.
Councilman Dugan?
Okay.
Second.
Second.
Vice Chair?
Mayor, which motion?
Public?
Number 7.
Ask for public comment. Yes. Okay, I guess we're going to a vote now. All in favor? Aye.
Okay.
All
item
opposed?
number 8.
Okay, item number 8.
Dawn.
Let's see.
We asked for public comment right there. He asked for it right there. So yeah, okay.
7, 8, no, I've got it right here. Proposed resolution RES 2020-20 dedicating unassigned fund balance for emergency backup added. Accept public comments at this time. No public comments. Do I have a proposed motion?
So moved.
We're going to read it by title only. Is that what you're moving?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Do I have a second?
Second.
Yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous, Madam Clerk.
Resolution number RES 2020-20, a resolution of the City of Dunnellon designating funds required by the city's fund balance policy for emergencies, transferring $624,806 to the unassigned emergency reserve, transferring $2,105,187 into the assigned general fund reserve titled Capital Infrastructure Improvements, and providing an effective date.
Is there a motion?
Yes, I so moved the motion.
Second?
Second.
Council, any discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Am I on number 9?
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
Okay, proposed resolution, RES 2020 Personnel Manual Amendment Pay Classification Plan. At this time, we'll accept public comments. If there's no public comments, is there a motion to allow RES 2020-21 be read by title only.
So moved. Oops.
There's a motion made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous, Madam Clerk. Proposed resolution, RES 2020-12, cemetery fees except.
But we have to read by
I gotta read
title
this
only.
one
Oh,
first.
I'm sorry.
Resolution number RES, we're still on number 9, 2020-21. A resolution by the City Council of the City of Dunnellon adopting personnel manual amendments and changes to Article 10, Section 6.1, pay and classification plan, and providing for an effective date.
Is there a motion to accept?
So moved.
Second. Any comments by council? Councilman Dukes.
We are on number
9.
No. Any comments, council?
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor. I'm looking at number 9 right now, and I'm just trying to make sure who's impacted by this. So the study says that it's estimated some of our employees are 35% below the market analysis. A new recommended classification and pay plan that affects 7 police officers. Okay, I thought we had just recently addressed that with steps and everything. So I'm not too sure how those two go together. 2 police administrative positions and 2 clerk administrative positions, 2 full-time and 1 part-time service position. So is this all related to the police? Is this what this is? It's all related to the police?
No, that's a result of the professional pay classifications plan study that Cody and Associates did for us, and they identified that our officers were underpaid, and that
Correct.
a few of our service workers and a few of our local level administrative clerks were underpaid. So
Correct.
there are only those positions that this will affect in the budget, and that will be effective 10/1.
Right, so my question is, we have recently, anytime you say anything about the police, people try to spin it that you're anti-police. I'm not anti-police, believe me. I love the police. But we just recently have given the officers a raise, at least a 10% raise. In fact, the union said, wow, we appreciate what you guys have done. We don't even have to come in and negotiate. And I remember us putting a 4-year, some steps in there. So is this up and above? Is that 35% looking at what we've increased the officers to, and we're still 35% below?
No, I think that was sort of an across-the-board average. I don't think that was, she didn't identify and say one specific class was 35. She said, if I recall, on average, there were some positions that were approximately 35% below market value.
Well, I think it's a relevant question that we just addressed this, I thought, and now with this, I'm just trying to figure out, hey, I don't think the police are being paid enough. But if the statement is the police are 35% below market analysis, in essence, are the police in position now to get another major wage increase? I just don't know by voting for this what it does.
It adopts the classification plan that was identified in the study, the recommended pay classification plan.
And is that anywhere? Right now, I don't know what that is.
It's this one.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to study.
Oh, you
one
didn't
that
see
was
it? Oh.
I thought it was presented.
Well,
Yes, this was
There's been a lot of
presented.
numbers to crunch lately.
Here is the schedule.
Well, how would it change our pay where it is now to what is possibly
So a
recommended?
police officer right now, the beginning range for a police officer is 35,000. It would increase it from 35,000 to $37,015. It's a $2,015 increase to their base pay.
Okay.
Beginning range for a police officer.
So the 35% below is 35% of our employees are below, or their pay is 35% below?
From what I recall when she reported, and I couldn't specifically point it out in the report, I know that she did identify some of the higher level management positions being 35% below the market analysis. Not necessarily the police department, not necessarily some of the lower end. They were below, but I don't think that they were 35% below. But I don't have a breakdown. She did not provide a breakdown of what was below this percentage or that percentage. It was a general statement that she made about some of the management positions in particular.
Dawn, do you remember?
About 37 to 35, you see the difference?
Am I permitted to speak?
Yes,
Yeah, oh, God.
please do.
What she presented is starting with the administrator's salary. And looking at that, there is a compression that happens when you agree on that salary. It affects everything down. So what she presented to council is at first that was 35% under market analysis, and that affected everything else. So she made a presentation based on what the city could afford, and knowing you didn't have an interest, and I told her you wouldn't have an interest in amending that city administrator's salary. We wanted to focus on the areas that we knew we were losing employees, and to present a plan best she could, taking into the surrounding cities to be as competitive as we could in those areas that we knew we were having a problem with retention and recruitment. So it is true that we made some adjustments in the prior fiscal year budget as an opener to the last year of that contract. We were bound to do that, and we tried to correct the immediate problem we were having of officers leaving. So we did make an adjustment there, you're absolutely correct, and that adjustment was taken into consideration in this salary. That would have been the current salary studied, and we were still out of whack with the surrounding areas to be competitive. So these numbers take that into consideration. This is what the new range will be until the city decides to do.
So is this a one-time deal, or are we locking something into every year? We'll have to compare our salaries with other areas and make an adjustment based on what the other areas are. Dunnellon's unique. It's not totally right to compare Dunnellon with anywhere else, because we have special needs and we have 1,800 people carrying the load, and we've got 30,000 people coming through here and putting loads on us. So this right here, the question is, are we applying that to an adjustment for this year, or are we adopting this as a permanent philosophy going forward, how we continue to give adjustments or pay raises in the future?
You're doing two things. Based on her recommendation, you looked at your officers, and based on the formula and the study, you adjusted those officers to put them in this range based on their years of experience and time with the city.
There's people other than officers too.
Nobody else qualified. Nobody else other than the officers, the labor, the positions identified in that you just repeated and Mandy repeated in the resolution. The officers, the public works people, and a couple of staff assistants were the only ones on that spreadsheet and analysis that we provided. When you apply the formula, they were the ones that showed that they weren't in the range where they should be based on the study.
But we've always handled it, Dawn. We can handle this on our own. We don't have to go to some formalization of what everybody else is doing and then lock ourselves into what everybody else is. We've done very well for 50 or 100 years taking care of people as they need to be taken without locking ourselves into what everybody else is doing. I don't understand.
Well, if I can finish saying that the two things that it does, and the city we've not done anything different than we've always done. This is about the third study we've had in the last, 20 years. And it is a professional study that is a part of an HR implementation plan that you must have to be able to come up with a neutral recommendation of what is your accepted pay plan, what is a position worth, what is the beginning, and what is the max range that you will pay for a position. That's just what we need to do in HR to define those. So you're doing two things. People that are out of whack with that will get the adjustment as identified, only those positions. And then this will be your new pay ranges. When chief goes to hire a new officer, that beginning range is what they will qualify for. And the max is the most he can pay an officer. And this is not anything different than what is standard HR approach in establishing your pay ranges. And that's why it's done by resolution. It becomes a part of your personnel manual, because there needs to be a defined range that nobody can change except city council. So staff can't go in and say, I want to pay more. This will be the range. Any future adjustments will have to come back to city council. And that's just really at the end.
Let me just make sure I'm understanding. With this pay range, Rich, if you go to any Indeed, if you go to Marion County, Citrus County, any other city, any other business, they're going to have these pay ranges for those. But we are only doing $22,000 because of these pay changes, which we've already voted yes on, correct?
Yes.
I'm just making sure I'm understanding right.
Yes, it was about a $22,000 expense.
Yeah.
Now, these are our pay ranges. These aren't necessarily the same ones that Marion County or
Oh,
Ocala
absolutely.
are building. These are Dunnellon ranges, and they won't be as exact to those cities.
Right.
But it was a pay plan that brought us closer and more competitive for retention and recruitment.
Now, if I go to Washington State and I look for a job, they're going to give me a pay range and a pay grade, and that's what you find. That's a business practice that is done in every type of business, even little old mom and pops, they're going to have a pay range. So, okay, just making sure I understood it right. Which I thought we had the presentation, and that's how I thought I understood it from then, just making sure.
Any more comments, Councilman?
Well, just, I get it, I understand it, but we can set our own pay raises. We don't have to agree to be locked into some outside source that's given us a formalization. We have the ability to do that ourselves. We don't have to do 35% below the market analysis. Right here, this isn't just like, okay, we have a little problem right now, let's make an adjustment. We're agreeing to a philosophy, what we go from this point forward in our pay raises. We have the ability to decide that ourselves.
Well, certainly you do, and that was the presentation. What I want to make sure is clear. They're not necessarily adjusting them 35%. That was a statement made that we began at the top 35% under market value. That doesn't necessarily mean this range changed 35%. The range was what she recommended in the overall study to become new ranges that were more competitive. So if you were to go in and look at the old range, the beginning salary and the beginning now, it may not necessarily be a 35% change, and I guarantee you it's not. That was a statement as to where are we in the market trend or the market analysis. And we had a budget to work with, and this was the competitive salary range. And the spreadsheet, and Mandy can bring that back up if need be, but it certainly would show you the changes to each of those individuals in dollars and probably percentages.
And I think, for me personally, being in the school district and other places, when you go into a place, there is a range. I know when I left Palm Beach County, I took a $12,000 a year cut to work in Baker County. So our pay range in Dunnellon may be different than Ocala and other places, but we have to have something in place. We can't just operate a city by the seat of our pants or the will of whatever we're thinking that day. I think we have to be very clear with our employees. Number one, we value them. And number two, we want to be clear that you're coming to work for us and this is what you'll get paid. And here's the process by which you'll receive raises or you'll get from point A to point B.
Jan just calculated it equates to a 5.7 for your police officers, a 5.7% change from what it was till now. And these were the numbers presented by the study that then council asked that we incorporate into the budget.
It is approximate. I just took the $35,000.
And Mayor, in response to Dawn. I agree with you. Everybody should know that if you come to Dunnellon and you're looking for a job as a policeman or whatever, this is the pay range. You and I are arm to arm on that. I'm just saying we have the ability to do that.
And we can always come back.
Yeah, we have the ability to, you know, how many employees do we have in the city? 25? You had 4 times that working for you. So for us to be locked into some formalization that kind of, you know, there's nothing from year to year or every couple of years to say, hey, we need to readdress this. We think this should be bumped. This should be bumped. I just don't feel good about locking into something that someone can go back in the future and say, wait a second, you guys passed this. And based on a formalization of what's going on, you guys need to start raising. Dunnellon is unique. This is a city in hard times. This is a city that's living on grants, has just enough money to pay the bills.
That formula in the study was a one-time adjustment. That's one-time adjustment to bring them in the range based on their years of service. And that's.
And we might not do another study for another 10 years. I mean, that's about the last time we did one.
This is a one-time adjustment, and these will be your ranges. So part 1 was a one-time adjustment based on their years of service times the percentage.
I asked that originally, is this one time? And I was told,
well,
no, this is something.
I started to tell you it was a 2-part answer, and then I got through half of that.
So now I'm hearing something different than what I asked 10 minutes ago.
One-time adjustment to put them in the pay range based on their years of service. I did say that. Second part is to establish what the new pay ranges will be when you hire, and as somebody grows with seniority, the max the city will pay.
Isn't it amazing how you ask a question and it takes 15 minutes to get the answer? If the answer was this is a one-time deal, we would have been adjourning by now.
Okay, any other comments? Are we ready?
Thank you,
Okay.
Don, for giving us a thorough answer.
Proposed, let's see, where are we? I've lost.
Number 10.
Number 10. We accept public comment. We had a.
I'm sorry.
We had
I need
a.
to vote on number 9.
Number 9. Is there a motion on the floor? We're going to take a vote.
It's been approved and moved, and it was up for discussion.
Valerie moved and
Okay.
Councilman Dugan.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. Number 10, proposed resolution, RES 2020-12, cemetery fees. Accept public comments. Any public comments on cemetery fees? No comments. Proposed motion, I move resolution RES 2020-12 be read by title only. Is there a motion on the floor to do so?
So moved.
There's a motion and second. Well, it's open now for council.
I did.
Okay, thank you.
Council comment?
Yes, Mayor. I've taken a little time to look up the charges at Bellevue. Studying cemetery fees isn't exactly a pleasant enterprise. But according to the reason we've upped our fees is because we felt we were undervalued. And I kind of looked at it a little bit. Bellevue, what they have right now is for a plot. It's $1,000 if you're a city resident. It's $2,000 if you aren't. And basically, there's really nothing more that goes to it other than that. We were at 1,400. Is that correct, Mandy?
Yes, I can look
It
at
was something like that, and we felt that we were under because Bellevue had the 1,000 and the 2,000. So we wanted to bump ours up to 2,000, I believe.
Wasn't quite 2,000.
1,700 or something.
It was 17, yeah, it was only like
I am.
Thank you, you know that.
Okay, so what we were looking at here, let me see if I can zoom this in some. It's hard to get this any bigger on this screen and you be able to see the whole thing. For some reason, it's even giving me a hard time going over here. So a single lot here with ground level marker in Dunnellon is currently $15.36. A 20% increase would be $18.43. In Forest Lawn, Ocala, they're anywhere from $15.95 to $49.95, depending on where they are located in the cemetery. Good Shepherd, Ocala is $19.95 and up. Highland, $1,700 and up. Beverly Hills, anywhere from $15.95 to $39.95. And Crystal River, anywhere from $12.95 to $23.95. And that's just a single level, with a single lot with ground level markers. So we sort of formatted the rest of it to look like, okay, what is, some things we looked at and only thought that maybe a 10% increase was warranted because we weren't that far off. But we feel like too that there are a lot of people buying up cemetery lots in Dunnellon, and there aren't gonna be anything left for the residents because they're selling so quickly because we are so inexpensive. So we're just trying to be competitive with the other cemeteries and hopefully hang on to some lots over the years so that our residents do.
All right, so Mandy, where I'm going with this is Bellevue is often a city we compare ourselves to. So they have the two-tiered system, 1,000, 2,000 that I already explained. They don't single out how much extra it's going to be depending on what headstone you choose. Whether it's a flat headstone or whatever the words are, whether a big headstone that you see, it's still 1,000 and 2,000. Our fee jumps dramatically if you choose something other than a flat stone.
And it's always been that way. And Troy, you might be able to speak to that. Is it because of the maintenance?
So theirs is 2,000 for a flat stone. Ours is close to 3,500 for a headstone.
For the elevated stones, what it is, there are certain sections of the cemetery that are designated just for the flat headstones. And because it is flat with the ground, the mowing, the maintenance, everything is a lot easier and a lot quicker. When you start adding in the elevated headstones or anything that's above ground, you can no longer ride over it with the mower that requires.
I totally understand. The point I'm making is if we're trying to get competitive and try to be equal, if you have a headstone in Bellevue, it's $2,000. If you have a headstone in Dunnellon, the lot costs $3,500. Okay, so that's the point I'm making. We're trying to make a decision here that makes our cemetery comparable. So I'm just pointing out that if you want to have a headstone, you're going to pay 75% more to be buried in Dunnellon. That's my point.
If you have a raised headstone.
And you're gonna pay $49.95 at Forest Lawn, $39.95 at Good Shepherd, $2,300 Highland, that's a little bit cheaper, $39.95 in Beverly Hills. So some of them are a little more even than ours, and some of them are less.
I'm talking about Bellevue.
Yeah.
We got to use Bellevue consistently. We can't use it when we just let's just use it all the time.
I don't know anything about the Bellevue Cemetery. Is it owned and operated by Bellevue, or is it owned and operated by?
It was hard for me to study what I studied. It wasn't fun.
I'll check into that, because in some cases, what we're seeing is where funeral homes or partnerships, they're making their money on the opposite end. They're making profit on the headstone, they're making profit on the different agreements that are out there, whereas all we're doing is selling we have no other way to make a profit out there, but I'll check into that and see why Bellevue is that much cheaper and how they manage their cemetery.
Last question, Manny. What, for a headstone right now, without a raise, I mean, what is it currently? Most people, I think, like a headstone. Right now, without a raise, what would it cost to be buried in Dunnellon with a headstone?
1536.
1536. And with this change, it will go to
1843. 1843.
with a headstone?
Now
Not a
that
flat
doesn't
stone?
include the headstone. They don't pay us for the headstone. They purchase that from wherever, but that's just for the interment rate.
Okay, okay. I was thinking it was just for the lot. I didn't think we were in the business of selling headstones.
No, we're not.
Just a lot.
It is just the lot, just the interment rate.
Mhm. Okay, I'm done.
Any other council comments? If not, we've
I think
already,
we were going to, that was a motion to read it by title,
yeah,
so you just need to take a vote on that.
okay.
All those in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous, Madam Clerk.
Resolution number RAS 2020-12, a resolution of the City of Dunnellon, Florida, amending cemetery fees, including opening and closing costs, interment rates, processing administrative fee, and transfer fee, and providing an effective date.
Is there a motion on the floor to accept?
So made.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous, Madam Clerk. City Administrator's annual evaluation and backup added. What I'd like to do, it's not on here, but I want to make sure that after we do this, that the city, after our council comments, that the city administrator is able to also.
May I interrupt for one moment?
Yes, please.
I have an email from Andrew.
Yes.
He wants to know if we need his services any further this evening, or if we can let him go. Now that we've gotten through the budget. do you-
Yeah, I think, he's fine to go.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
That's
Yes or
fine
no?
with me.
Yes, absolutely.
Night, Andrew.
See you later, Andrew.
Save us
Okay,
money.
city administrator's annual evaluation and backup
That was the point.
backup is added.
Yes.
At this point, does everybody, I guess we've all put in our evaluations,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Most of us, yeah.
Okay, then, is there a motion to accept the city administrator's evaluation?
So moved.
A motion made
Right, second.
and seconded.
Public comment?
Is there public comment at this time? Any public comment? If
Public comment on the city administrator evaluation.
city administrators,
Before you can vote on it, you need to take public comment.
yeah. If not, is there council, or do we go ahead and vote and then get council
No,
comment?
comments
I'm
first.
getting tired.
Documents first, discussion first, then we can
Okay,
vote.
council discussion? Council comment?
One comment, it'll be quick.
Okay,
I'm kind of tired out because we spent so much time on the budget. In our budget, as we have just passed tonight, we have these merit pay raises that are in there. So we're already teed up for this again next year. So these merit pay raises are permanent raises, and all the expenses that go with a raise, including retirement plans and whatever. So here again, I go back to what I said about the current condition of the economy and the hardship that people are going through. Maybe the retirees, you have your set income, you're not feeling it, but working people are feeling it. Business owners are feeling it. Maybe retirees are feeling it. And maybe the worst has not yet to come. Just to say it, the fact is, as far as Dunnellon goes, and the salaries that people make that live in Dunnellon, these city jobs are some of the most coveted jobs in the area. They may not be great paid if you compare them with other big cities, but in this local area, they're very well paid with the benefits and everything that go with them. So that in mind, knowing that the hardships that the people are going through and the taxpayers are paying, to give raises right now, I have a real issue. And I do want to point out too that it's often said that, you know, people that live outside the city and whatever, very few of our city employees actually live within the city, very few. So actually the people that are making policy for us and helping us with policy, many of them, if not most, don't live in the city. So that's why when we embrace people outside the city, it's great, and then sometimes we push them away. I have problems with that. We either need to do it one way or another. So although it's in our contract, it's in our budget, and it's something that we have approved, you know, to give a 3% pay raise to someone at this time, I feel very uncomfortable with it. That's my statement.
Yes.
If I may say a few things.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman White. I'm new to some extent. Everybody knows that. I've never been in politics. And when I got here, I was fortunate to have the staff to help me along the way, and still are, and probably will for some time. But I never realized, frankly, how hard their job is. And my job, and every councilman up here, is not part-time. We may make a gross $150 a month, but let me tell you what, it's not part-time. There's no doubt about it. But when you have the experience of Dawn, others, Mandy, Jan, they're hard to replace. And I have no problem giving a merit raise where it's deserved. And like Ms. Hilton said, you know, we all are on basically fixed income, as I am. And but it's apples and oranges. We worked, and now we're retired, and it's a different ballgame. So in my opinion, you can't compare it. But the point is that I've never seen staff work so hard. And we talk about, well, they got four-day weeks. Well, look what time it is now, 10 to 10. And they do this all the time. And then they have to get up and have all the other stuff done, opening up the office at 7. So I've never seen a more dedicated staff. And I'm proud to be part of the city council. And I appreciate the guidance that everyone and the staff gives me. And when I'm out of bounds, they let me know it, and I appreciate it, because constructive criticism is extremely important. The police chief has done that for me sometimes, and that's exactly what needs to be done, because I'm new. So I'm not going to go on anymore, but I'm happy to be here. I'm glad they get a raise. They earn it. They work hard, and let's hope that times get better next year. But it goes back to the budget. The $47 I'm paying, that's out of my wife's budget.
She'll get it back.
So it doesn't affect me that much. Anyway, thank you.
You comment?
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that based on what I read for Citrus Levy Marion on their website, the economy shows signs of recovering back in August. And the unemployment rate is like 6 point something for our 3 counties. And if unless I misunderstood what I read, that's not bad. And I understand that people have been going through and people have lost jobs. But based on what I read, it's in recovery and the unemployment rate is like 6 point something. It's actually down.
Mandy, just real quick. I just want to say to our staff, although y'all don't live inside the city limits, I can't tell everybody how many times this staff volunteers within these city limits. And we don't pay them for volunteering to come back in town on their days off and during their work hours, on their lunch breaks. And we can't pay y'all enough for all the volunteering that you do within this city. But just to make sure that I am real clear, because we are speaking about the evaluation for our city administrator, when was her last raise since she received the promotion in 2016?
2016 or 2017?
Sorry, I might have my dates wrong.
Her,
Well, she was temporary in 2016.
Right. She was interim in
Yes, ma'am.
2016, and then her actual contract was written in 2017.
Correct. But has not had a raise since then?
No.
So 17, 18, 19. So 4 years, so, right? Okay. Math might be tiring at me right now. So I just want to make sure that that's it. And this is our job to do these evaluations, correct? The city council is the only one who evaluates her?
That's
Yes.
my understanding.
Okay. So 4 of us did do the evaluation. We did do our jobs. So I just want to make sure that the public knows that 4 of us have done the evaluation. So that's to be noted. And we did change the evaluation last year. I think, Mr. White, you had recommended the merit bonus last year. Am I right?
Did anything be tied to performance?
Right. Okay, that's what I thought.
You just didn't get it. It had to be tied to performance.
Right, okay, that's what, okay, I just want to make sure that, so this was kind of reconfigured for that, so I just want to make sure that was how I remembered it, so. All of our staff is excellent, and we are blessed in this city to have the staff that we see every day, that we don't see every day. But I just want to make sure I go on the record to let everybody know that the staff, all of the staff, is appreciated, their wisdom, their answers, and they do a good job to keep us all straight and in line. So with that said, thank you.
And I first of all, I want to thank all the council for your input with this topic. And I just want to accent a couple things that really stood out this year with our leadership. We were hit with COVID-19. We did not miss a beat because of our administrator. This city continued to run. We continued to be available. Our city function was up and wide open. And that has everything to do with our leadership. And my wife and I, some years ago, with that in mind, we left a little place called Bethlehem, New Hampshire. And the banker set me down, and this is what she said to me. Mr. Burns, I wish you and your wife wouldn't leave. We can't afford a brain drain. I wasn't sure what she was talking about until I went home and looked at it. Should we ever find ourselves in a situation in this small town without people who knew where the graves were before we had access to know how to put it in a computer, we would be burying people on top of people. But we had people that had enough history. They could go out and say, oh, over there, there used to be an oak tree, and old Sam Bow is over there. You can't put a grave over there. That's kind of the way we did things. But this city has updated itself. Our police chief And the rest of our staff is second to none, and that has everything to do with your leadership. Whatever's up here goes downhill. If this is no good, I promise you, I've been around a few years, over half a century, but if this isn't good, if that person at the top doesn't care about you, I promise you the rest of the staff won't have the time of day for you. So what we are as a city is reflected through our leadership. And I am, like several of you said up here, I'm very proud to be part of this city. I'm proud to be. Do we agree? And I will say this, you can ask them, even Chief, we have had our conversations, but it's in private. And then if it doesn't get dealt with, it'll be in the public. But we always have agreed to disagree. And that's what I appreciate about this staff. And also there's some other things we do when we're off time, and we always give thanks to the person that's a lot bigger than we are. So with that said, I don't know if we need a motion. Is there a motion on the floor to accept the evaluation of our administrator?
I proudly so
I have
move.
a motion and a second already.
Oh, we
That
have,
was your
okay.
discussion.
Proudly we do it.
All those in favor of accepting the evaluations, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
4 ayes and 1 no. With that, let me see.
We got administrator comments. council
Administrator comments.
Actually, we got council comments first, if there's anything that y'all
Oh,
want to talk about.
any other comments, council?
Gosh, no, ma'am. No, sir, sorry.
This is council comments?
Yes.
Yes, Mayor, I just have a few, and I'll go through them rapidly, because I am sensitive. I'm getting tongue-tied myself. I don't know how many times we have to deal with the speaker system. I'll bring it up again. It interrupted our meeting, and it's causing us problems. That's an easy fix. Hopefully, if I mention it often enough, maybe I'll get some support on that. Just want to point out that I did visit City Beach yesterday. It was a beautiful day, Sunday. And there was no one there collecting money. There must have been 25 or 30 people there. I don't know why no one was there, but it was a packed place, and just want to point that out. Do want to say that I will, when I see Mr. Hancock myself, I will not have a problem to tell him I don't appreciate him naming me. He's a former city councilman. He knows the rules. He didn't do that by mistake. He knows the rules. So for him to put that in a recorded message, knowing that he could get that out before it could be stopped, that's a low blow. And I would hope that staff, who might have listened to the message ahead of time, certainly would,
I didn't listen to
I don't think we'd play something without knowing what it was, but I would think if you did listen at it, that should have been removed. It's kind of like if you want to create a mistrial, all you have to do is yell out something in front of the jury, and you can't take it back, and it's a mistrial. So that's what that was. Mayor, that's it.
Thank you, Councilman White. Any other council comments?
Glad budget season's over.
Okay.
No offense,
We
Jan.
have, last thing is city administrator comments before we adjourn.
Yeah, she's coming.
Council, I'll make this quick too. I felt, considering the topic, it was important to hear from me with regard to some points regarding the letter that was distributed on our community development manager. I feel like really there were points in the letter of which some were accurate and some were not, based on the public record. I think because it questioned not only council, but my part in managing and maintaining the individual in that position through the time that I've been here. I think it's important some facts are known so that the public has both sides, and this is the place to make that happen. I will tell you that it is true that the IT position and the community development manager position were merged to provide a more practical coverage for our city of our size. I will tell you, I have talked with certified planners, and they will tell you to have a certified planner in a city of this size can be overkill and very expensive for the city. I will tell you that at the time, you know, the letter reflected that I put Lonnie in that position and I did that directly. That is not true. When I was appointed to this position in 2016, Lonnie had already been in that role for well over a year, year and a half. I will tell you there wasn't a lot that myself and the prior city manager agreed on, but I will tell you appointment to Lonnie to that position was certainly one that I can say was a solid decision and that I wholeheartedly have supported in maintaining him in that position because of the effectiveness and the quality of work that he's performed in that position. The letter would have you believe that there was no advertising or an attempt to hire a certified planner or someone with a more extensive planning background than Lonnie had. It's true, Lonnie's background was focused on IT, but because of his analytical approach and his ability to research and understand, he was given that opportunity. That position sat vacant for about a year, year and a half that the city manager tried to actually handle the task in the community development department while they advertised without success of being able to appoint somebody that would take the roles and responsibilities for the budgeted salary at that time. As you know, that was a time of hardship for the city, and there wasn't a lot to offer with regard to that pay range. I will tell you, again, after attempts by the city manager to fill that position, it was actually a part of city council that made the recommendation on how to proceed in filling that position. Councilman Chuck Dillon recommended the position of IT be merged with the community development, which handled planning, zoning, permitting, code enforcement, and CRA into one management role, saving the city a significant amount of outside money that would otherwise be needed to hire a full-time community development planner. I will tell you, prior to Lonnie handling the IT, we used consultant support and contractual services to handle our IT. At times, that ran quite expensive.
The web was talking to him.
When I asked finance to actually pull the history with regards to what the IT services would cost, there was a range there. At times it went as high as over $50,000. And sometimes I hadn't had a chance to pull all those invoices. There may have been some equipment or repair cost in that. But when I added those up, I came up with an average per year of about $43,000. So the city was already expending those dollars in IT. Lonnie was hired for about $55,000 as our IT administrator. In addition to the community development functions, he was to administrate all planning commission meetings, historic board meetings, tree board and CRA advisory board meetings, CRA meetings and city council workshop and regular meetings as needed. Planning consultant services were being made available to him as needed. Now, historically, we've never had a certified planner or a professional planner in that position. We've always depended on regional councils like the WRPC, Withlacoochee Regional Planning Council, because we could not afford to have a professional planner, but we utilized outside regional resources to fill that role when and if we had the major development or controversial issues where we needed those expert assistance. Merging areas of responsibility in small cities is not an unusual approach when a capable and dedicated human resource presents itself. So for the extra $12,000, when he actually was hired in as part of Greenlight and made $58,000. When they kept him on as IT, they reduced his salary to $55,000. So he took a pay decrease to remain with the city. Then they offered him the position of community development for that same $55,000, but added additional responsibilities, which he stepped up and took the challenge to try to handle. So for the additional $12,000 per year, that was already being spent in IT, the city was able to gain a professional manager of community development, handling all the IT on site, where when we had the contractual services, if we had a problem during meetings, we didn't have somebody here on site. We'd have to try to handle that post meeting. I'll tell you, after Councilman's recommendation in March of 2015, Lonnie did accept the challenge and stepped up to help the city through the time of need when the city was becoming derelict in its community development duties. He handled all of the previous mentioned areas of responsibilities for no additional salary for almost 3 years, while working an average of 90.5 hours biweekly as an exempt employee versus a standard 80-hour biweekly pay period. This means actually, if you were to do the math and calculate it on an hourly basis, the actual number of hours worked, it equates more to like a $48,600 salary when you consider the additional tasks that he was asked to handle as a part of that department head position. As part of the 17-18 budget process, after I had been appointed to the position, we did take a look, as we do each year, and there were a few inequities that were corrected as a part of that approved salary plan. A salary survey was performed and recommendations were made by the HR manager, city clerk. And based on that performance, time and position, and inequities in the salary, the city administrator, myself, and city council did support an adjustment to the community development manager's pay to be reflective of the job responsibilities being performed and consistent salaries with the salary survey results and recommendations by HR. So his salary was adjusted from the $55,000 to the $64,000 that you read in the letter. That was correct, but that was to reflect all of the additional areas of management that he was asked to take on. The job tasks continue to require an average of 92 hours per pay period in order to address many of the inherited departmental problems and new challenges based on the hours it required to accomplish the goals and objectives. Again, this would equate, if you just figured it on a per hour basis, closer to making about $55,744. So for about $744 more, he took on all of that responsibility when he could have just continued to do the IT and reject the offer. I want to just take a minute and I want to identify some of the tasks, or more like accomplishments, on his behalf. I will tell you right off the bat, he's obtained 4 DEO grants that have totaled over $174,000 for this city, tackling the goals and objectives that the city council had set for staff. So if you look at that, that would have almost covered 3 years of his salary, $174,000. Now this is from someone who didn't come in necessarily with planning background, but he was able to locate and apply and obtain these planning grants. He had management and overseeing extensive land development code updates. And I would ask, not everybody was here during that time, but I know our planning chair is still here, and we may have other members that are on our planning commission, and they probably remember the long hours in the MIDI meetings that Lonnie worked with the consultant, paid for by the grant dollars, but Lonnie had to drive that. Lonnie communicated with the Planning Commission. He had to pull all that data together and work with the planning. He made that happen. And there were extensive hours, and it didn't just happen at the planning level. He then had to repeat that all at the council level to be able to make sure that all the problems associated with our land development code that he inherited, we tried to correct. And I think you can start to see the results of that in our community with some of the recent commercial development. That was a huge task that he was able to accomplish. And again, that continued to build my confidence that he was right for that position. And at the same time, we weren't paying a certified planner 24/7. Additionally, he took the task on and installed and trained on new building permitting, code enforcement, and central property file. This had been something that the city had been criticized, not having the appropriate software to be able to pull reports associated with changes to property. He helped the city tremendously comply with the MS4 in those areas that had, in the MS4 DEP, that has to do with the stormwater compliance. And if you recall, it wasn't long ago, he presented the creation of the stormwater and illicit discharge ordinance that we were under mandate by FDP to be able to identify all the elements that needed to be in that ordinance, and Lonnie did that. I'm not even going to hit on the IT stuff because I think that goes unsaid with his background. He did create, at the request of council, he went through and developed the policies associated and all the procedures associated for properties within the CRA district to receive grants. He did that both for the Historic Board and for the CRA Board. He's a participant on the TPO Advisory Committee. He was instrumental in the planning and working with Troy to actually do the installation of the Phase 1 streetscape improvements, and will be working on Phase 2. He restructured the building permitting process, and we talked about that this year in the budget. He restructured, bid out for the consultant services, the permitting inspection, and in doing that, restructured what percentage the city receives, and that goes to hourly versus a flat amount. In doing that, he has identified an additional $32,478 in income that went into this budget that we used to just pay right to the contractor. He presented and updated presented recommendations with regard to updating the comp plan aquifer element and all of the LDRs applicable to the wellhead protection. This had a negative impact on 192 parcels that would have and was creating a non-conforming status. This is 12% of the parcels in the city. I think all of you remember the outstanding presentation he recently gave in the comparison, so council could understand how this was affecting the property, all the properties in the city that the property owners had no clue, and what their limitations to the property now would be. But it was Lonnie working, as it's been identified, he did his job too well. He located and knew this obstacle was in our comp plan. But we brought it to council, we brought it to the planning to decide what is it you wanted based on the complaints we were receiving. He created the pass-through ordinance to improve the way that the city was handling charges for services. Again, this was to ensure that developers coming in here were paying for the cost it took to process their development, and that was not a cost on the back of the taxpayers. And he presented that ordinance as a better way to handle that. He had excellent results on the feedback of the customer service satisfaction survey that was taken in 2018. And the comments were glowing with regard to community development and how they manage that building department. He recommended to Planning Commission and City Council options to recognize and allow large property owners to request a special exception and the ability to use their agricultural properties for solar farm operations that will benefit the community by lower energy costs and increasing the city's taxable value. That is a project that is currently being addressed with the Planning Commission, will eventually be presented to the council. So I wanted to make sure that more of the facts associated with why that position is developed the way it is, and with regard to his pay, and the history with regard to his pay. I will tell you also that there is a handful, more than a handful of accolades in his personnel file from people particularly in the plating area. And you heard some of those tonight, but I will offer just a few more. There's one in here from Art Fisher that thanks him for his tremendous effort after handling a contentious comp plan application by Chuck Dillon. And I think all of you, if you weren't on council, I'm sure you certainly heard about it or read about it. That was a very tough position for him to be in. Chuck was a former council person, but also a property owner. And Lonnie did that very professionally, effectively, and presented it from a planning perspective, not a political perspective, but a planning perspective, and did an excellent job on that. In addition, Carrie Fagan had called and left word for Lonnie and sent email to express his appreciation for all his hard work on their property project, where they had to come in and have a land use application as well. And these were all things that Lonnie did personally. I will also tell you that there is an email where Jim Killiard with Marion County asked to express his thanks for the staff's team assistance with regard to the Blue Run bathroom site plan approval process. Teresa and Lonnie have been very helpful getting us to the point with the Planning Commission providing their approval for that site plan. And it goes on and on. There's a handful that I haven't read, and you heard those testimonies tonight. So again, I felt that there certainly is much to learn that wasn't represented in the letter, and some of which was represented incorrectly. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Is that your report?
Yes.
Well,
Go home, I vote yes.
dismissed if we can. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I second, I first, I third.
I'll second.
Hey, this is earlier than some of our meetings used to be. I can remember being here till 1, 2 in the morning. Oh my God. Oh, yeah. I know, girl. That is
Never noticed you're a
yeah.
You say thank you.
Yeah.
I'd like to go.
Just say,
And I'm supposed to